I gotta find my third screen. There it is. Okay. All right.
So, who remembers what? I guess is the first place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
There.
I know we're still on the second day. We were like so close to finishing it, but we couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
You had gone to your contact in the sewer.
Mm-hmm. My sewer friend.
Did stuff there.
Yep. A lot of butt stuff.
We went to the house of the widow. Gave her our condolences.
And some flowers.
And we found out that he was questioning Miss Shaw. And then we broke into the church. Huh?
Not you, sorry.
Oh.
We broke into the church and found a room that was full of cultists, for lack of better words.
Oh, that's right.
And we walked away.
Not for lack of trying.
And then we met up because we were going to go to the studio to maybe talk to Miss Shaw.
Yeah, so we were going to talk to Miss Shaw. I don't remember if we did or not. I don't think we did, but
no, we did not.
Tomorrow there is a vote on in the company on the animation department to see if it stays or goes, and I've currently got some people that I'd love to publicly not confuse, but yes, publicly accuse of having something to do with Mr. Man's death, because it would definitely throw a wrench into whatever machinations the murderer or assumed murderer it has. So if we can fuck with those plans while buying some time and bringing this to the public eye, there may be a chance for the bad person to slip up and leave an additional clue or try to rush through something. I know right now my eyes are on Mrs. Shaw and what's her name? Somebody under her. There was somebody under her. Does anybody remember her name?
No, nothing was written for. No, I didn't write anything past Miss Shaw.
Shaw's running team member. Yeah, because Miss Shaw's running team members ragged, which explains that one guy and his scribbles all over the desk, just trying to meet deadlines and stuff. Mrs. Shaw is under Sandra Danker. That's what it is.
Yes.
So Danker is a legacy of the studio, and she has a motive to keep the animation department around because it's what her, I want to say, founding fathers, I guess, is apt here. Her founding fathers built the animation studio. It makes sense that she has a motive to keep animation around. Miss Shaw is just kind of an ass who's underneath Smith. That's what it was. Smith, John Smith, his, not secretary, but like his direct report is Miss Shaw. So she probably wants her boss's job. The one person who I'm not really dialed in on is Peril, because he doesn't seem to give a shit one way or another if animation stays or goes. So if it stays, he doesn't have motive to want to get rid of Smith at the moment. So yes. Okay, those are what I have. Animation Studio May. I don't know what that means. And gave me Zachariah church symbol. Somebody gave me... Yeah, the dude with the soup gave me Zachariah's church symbol. He's my mob contact. Who is that?
And the church
Redwood.
Symbol was in case you needed to go to the church?
Yeah, in case I needed to, like, bribe something or have them turn the other way, I can give them the symbol back because it's obviously holy to them. It's something that they find very important, and the fact that they don't have it is a problem. So I do have it, and they want it back. And they took it when they killed Zachariah, who sacrificed Amanda Manhandler, mob person.
Yes, so it was an eye for an eye type of deal.
Yeah, pretty much.
Does anybody remember what time it was?
Not even a little bit.
I'm fairly certain it was nighttime, or at least getting towards it.
Yeah, it was either right after work or like 10:30.
We started around 2:30 is when we normally get off of.
Yeah, so it's either like
So it's
3:30,
probably like 6, maybe 6. So
6.
I don't think that we went to an entire church and did other stuff in an hour. I think we had agreed to reconvene at 6, and that's where we had exchanged info.
Did we talk to the guy at the diner? Or was that before?
That was the day before.
That was the day before?
Or not day, but like the session before.
Yeah. Okay, so no, I don't remember what time it is.
We'll call it 7.
Okay.
That's fine.
Just for a solid answer, so we just have that. And also, it seems fair that like if you'd waited until 6 and you sat down to reconvene, like 7 o'clock seems like a good breaking point.
We mentioned finding the weird entranced people in the basement of the church, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And Tucker, what was the title for this one?
Sorry, Chris.
We are still in A Hard Night's Work for a Bad Day's Pay.
Part 4. Okay.
But this will be moving into the next one, in theory, shortly.
Okay. Got it.
Because most places are closed at this point. Right?
There's a few places that remain open in Smalleywood, but yeah, a lot of places have either begun or are going to close soon.
So a lot of the questioning will be done the following day. But we can
Yep.
do so.
Yeah, and in this last chunk, it would seem skulking would be an appropriate use of time.
Could we check the ranger outpost? Because yeah, it'll be getting a little dark, but it won't be like night.
It's April, so yes, it would be pretty dark by now.
Also, do you remember what happened when you went to the ranger station last time?
We didn't go to the ranger station yet.
Yeah, because you went out to the Stone of No Return where you were worried you couldn't follow the path out into the woods.
What's this about a ranger station?
No, no, because I ended up going to the docks, got laughed out, and it was too dark, so I was just like, I'm not gonna go to the woods in the dark. So it was already like 10 p.m.
You and Chris had decided a while ago to go to the ranger station. You got there, decided that it wasn't worth that you could drive out approximately to the Stone of No Return, and then from that point you would be on foot in the woods in the dark. That's a bad idea. You doubled back to town.
Right, but that was like at 10 p.m. I'm just wondering if like 7 is too dark.
I'm just letting you know.
Well, I'm asking the DM, how is it look outside? Is it too dark?
I stand by what Kenny said. It is nighttime. It is definitely dark. It's not necessarily pitch black, but by the time you finish, unless you're just gonna go there it is, and then run back, it's definitely gonna be dark on the way back.
Oh, are we saying that the Rangers walk back from their station?
They don't. They stay there.
So they never come into town.
Or they do when it's feasible.
So where are their cars? Did
Probably.
we see cars parked outside?
No, they live in the ranger station.
So they never come to town, is what I'm saying.
They do, but during the day, they don't need to.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, did we see their trucks or jeeps outside of the Stone of No Return?
No.
So their cars can go past it.
Based on this logic, yes.
Okay. That's good info to know.
I guess that's fair if you want to get a Jeep or off-road vehicle.
Well, I mean, if we went and it got dark while we were there, we could ask them to drive us back.
Assuming they would.
You trust the cops a lot more than I do.
They're not cops.
Yeah, they're more like forest
They're
rangers.
forest cops.
Yeah, they arrest the trees. They're like the opposite of the Lorax.
I know what things you say double mean to, and that's a funny sentence.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah, 'cause of cops.
Not even that. That's also good. No, the cops arresting the trees is very funny for a different reason.
Yes, as planned. Did somebody know what he's talking about?
No, you didn't. You didn't. I distinctly remember I asked last time if you'd figured it out, and nobody did. So it's a for me thing. I'm just pointing out.
I don't. Huh? What the?
Well, if we don't know, if he doesn't know what his double talk meant, then
Yeah.
is it double
Wait.
talk?
Who's double talk? Yours or mine?
No, I said sorry. I meant to imply that the thing you said has two meanings, one of which you don't know.
Yes. I'd like to
okay.
know how good of my joke was.
I thought you meant like he meant it a certain way also, but he didn't
Arrest-
know that he meant it.
All right. Arresting
It's not a joke,
trees.
more of a playful observation.
Gotcha.
Trees arrested.
what
Arrested
else?
development. Arrested
Is the-
trees. I don't know, man.
Theater still open?
Yeah. I feel like the theater would stay open.
Well, why don't we go talk to the janitor? He's probably clocked in at this point.
Well, we know he was clocked out at one point. Yes. I agree with Mike. Let's go talk to the janitor. That's what my contact said as well.
And or whoever happens to be there, like if someone that's running the place is still there, we can also talk to them.
My sewer friend said talk to the guy.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And the mob does not know of any other hired gun in the area.
Right, yes. They were also wondering why or something like that. To the theater, unless we
Yes.
get told otherwise by the PI.
That sounds good to me.
That's fine. Modeled after, I believe the word's pagoda. That's what I'm thinking of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like almost like a gazebo, but Japanese.
No, it's a pagoda. It's a very tall tower. The multi-layered thingum.
Is that a pagoda?
Yeah.
Okay, I thought pagoda was a single layer. Either way.
All
I know what
single
you're
layers.
describing. I can picture it.
Nope, it's very tall, very very distinctly designed after a pagoda, but New Yorked up quite a bit.
Yeah.
It's got some large stylistic statues outside. It's made to look up like the set piece it is, because this is one of the primary draws of the town.
I'm picturing almost like, I don't know if you've seen Spirited Away, but the bathhouse.
Yeah.
A little more modern, but yeah, kinda.
Okay, yeah. I can picture it.
I got some Ghost of Tsushima architecture in my brain.
Yeah. So y'all just gonna go and see if you can't head in.
I'm sure we'll
Yeah.
probably have to buy a ticket, but yeah.
I mean, we can just flash a badge from the PI.
Well, you head up the small staircase into the building. Inside, it is done up exactly how you would picture the entryway to a live performance to be. Fairly dimly lit. There's a nice carpet. The room extends further back into what you have to imagine is probably a primary stage, and there are two large staircases on either side, on the left and right of the building. Dead center in the middle of this main room rests a what looks like the old timey, like, I guess not old timey, but like, the ticket booths that are under like the awning at a movie theater.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of those is right in the middle, and off adjacent to the staircases, you can see either one of them looks kind of like a merch table, and the other one seems to be some sort of concessions table.
Okay.
What do they got for merch?
T-shirts.
Yeah, but like
Uh,
advertising.
Lanyards and 1930s Funko Pops.
it's a lot of like commemorative photos and posters for a recent live show.
Okay.
Get off of the record player. You
Well-
can't be up here.
We can either go looking for this guy, or I can think of a way to get him to come to us. What do you prefer?
Who is it that we're looking for again?
Yeah,
janitor.
character voices. Yeah, we're looking for the janitor here. The one that was tied up when the old owner took a swan dive off the roof.
Are we speaking tied up literally or metaphorically?
No, literally in a closet.
I see.
Is there someone sitting in the booth?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Is there like a director's office? Where like the owner or someone with like who's
Well,
running it be sitting?
The owner's
down?
dead.
No, but like there's someone running the business. It's still open, I'm assuming, because we walked in.
You say
Did
that.
walk in. The door was not locked. But no, you don't see anything. The room is devoid of employees, and there doesn't appear to be any signage to find any sort of manager.
Was there like a sign on the door that said like closed momentarily or something like that? Did we walk in this building just happened to be unlocked?
No.
Okay.
Quickly check the door. They're open. Oh, maybe there's a show going on. They might all be at the show.
Is there a Showtime board?
I would say with that passing thought, the silence that follows does let you know there's definitely something happening on one of the upper floors. You can hear, I don't want to say oohs and ahs, but like you definitely hear the sounds of something happening.
All right. It sounds like we know where our next stop is. Points to the stairs.
Yeah, let's head over.
In the meantime, can I like bring a bucket of popcorn with me?
You just
Sir,
gonna go?
This
you're
is
just
a
gonna go.
classy establishment. They don't serve popcorn here.
Alternatively, you're just gonna go steal it.
If there is one on the counter, I will just take it. But if somebody is selling refreshments, I would pay for it.
No, neither.
Yeah, we know there's no employees around.
All right, so you're going upstairs.
Yeah.
Someone roll notice.
I can. Let me just. Oh, I don't have my character sheet open. I had a D6 though. I do know that. Nope. Kenny rolled.
You can still roll if you want. I was ready for it.
As you're heading upstairs, you notice something that you might not have ever picked up on before. Kenny, would Mo have been here before?
I feel like as a back alley broker, he's probably looking for somewhere quiet but public to make some dealings. So I think it's safe to say he would have gone to at least a few shows.
On your way up, you notice something you've never really picked up on before. Sure, you might have noticed it, but now it may seem a bit more ominous given the murder you've been investigating.
Okay.
The floors skip each time.
The floors skip?
Yeah. The staircase you go up is 3, 5, 7, 9, 11.
Okay. Interesting. Where are the even number floors?
They might be for employees only.
A whole floor?
Well, like access to like the balconies to clean later.
Many buildings don't list a 13th floor specifically because they consider it to be bad luck.
But skipping every even number? That seems strange.
Yeah. Is there a second staircase that I haven't used?
There's one on either side of the building.
I want to go check on something. I'll catch up with you guys in a second. I want to peel off and go to the other staircase.
All right. In the meantime, are you gonna wait for Mo to come back, or are you just kind of
Oh, wait.
gonna keep going?
Oh, because I'm assuming that he's going to come back and tell us that side's even. And that it probably corresponds to the level of the theater.
So is that the plan? To go see this the numbering on the other staircase?
Yes, but I would probably not stop until I found where you'd be able to access the even number floors.
Well, you go to the other staircase and you realize that this one is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
Oh, all right. I'm just an idiot. Okay. So which floor is the thing on?
Give me another notice roll. Somebody, don't care who.
I'll do it.
Okay.
D6. Yes.
It's pretty easy to. In fact, you don't know how you missed it before. There's definitely something going on the fourth floor.
Guys, I found what is it called?
This is Showtimes.
No, the paper that they hand you before the show.
Oh, the playbill.
Oh, I found a playbill, guys. It's on the 5th floor.
Oh, all right.
Thought I said fourth.
You
Whatever,
did say four.
Whatever.
Hey, this one over here goes to the even numbers.
Ah, that explains the odd numbering.
So I'm assuming. Yes, I assume you're going to the theater that you suspect people are at.
Yes.
That's what makes the most sense to me.
As you head up the staircase, you see a good number of people filing down, and by the time you've made it to the 4th story, you stumble upon a much clearer version of the audio once the doors are open. This week in Smalleywood, followed by some recent goings-on in the town.
What are they covering?
A lot of nothing. When they focus on the studio, they talk about a project that's in the works, but there's always a project in the works. That's not really saying a whole lot.
Right.
There's mention that hang on. I know I have it written down. The Mad River Falls River Rapid Rides is up and running, awaiting any and all visitors.
Okay.
Was
You
it
get
shut
that
down before?
Well, I mean, it was winter for a number of months, and now it's getting
fair.
into spring.
That's fair.
You see a very Stan Pines looking character advertising the Hall of Horrors.
The sham total. It's a total sham.
This just appears, and after it does a bit about Smalleywood, it expands to This Week in the World. Boy, that Hitler sure is a pesky fellow.
This just in, trouble in the Sudetenland.
All right.
It's appropriate.
I think it's 49, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the end of World War II.
Oh, and Hitler's already dead.
Yeah,
Hitler's
Hitler
dead by 49.
Yeah,
World War II ends in 48.
I thought it ended even earlier than that. No, all right.
No, I think I'll look it
I
up.
thought it was 45, but either way, point being is it's over.
Or ending.
Yeah. But you said nothing seems very straight. There's no like code talk or anything that we're hearing.
No,
it's
just Kenny.
It's I'm trying to figure out if like they've been bought out to like report specific stories, but the fact that they're not touching like anything of the actual shit that's going on in town tells me no. Strangely enough, they're not being bought off. They're the animation studio is just like completely ignoring everything else.
It just sounds like it's like a town meeting, like at the town hall, but instead it's at the theater.
No, it's like one of the.
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, right? It's just the newsreels that they show in theaters.
Yeah, way back when you would go to the movies and
I didn't know
it was
that.
a whole day. They'd play like a handful of cartoons, news from local and around the world, then the movie you came here to watch, and then like a few other things.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And you appear to have stumbled in after whatever was here, and you've bumbled into the start of the newsreel.
Okay. I didn't know that's what they did.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's necessarily appropriate for the time, but that's what they're doing.
No, that's totally appropriate.
Yeah. Okay.
It cost
Yeah,
a
so-
nickel.
So to be clear, Mike, the fact that this is happening isn't weird. This is a normal happening.
No. I figured it was normal. It was just.
The content.
Yeah, it's like 3 minutes of the town followed by 7 minutes of the world.
7 minutes of the world is a pretty good name for something.
Yeah.
Those bands that haven't been developed yet.
I was listening to a certain podcast that we all are familiar with, and they made that joke. And I'm
Wait,
Yes.
sorry,
Yes,
what?
they did.
yeah,
I have missed the context. What?
That's a good band name.
Mm.
A certain podcast that a number of us listened to definitely made that joke in one of their most recent episodes.
yeah. And I'm like, did we do it? Did we get the joke there?
No, that's a classic ancient joke.
Is it?
Oh yeah, that would be a great band name. That's classic.
Yeah, that's definitely not us, but it was very jarring to hear these guys say it just out loud so casually.
What show was this?
We can talk about it later. It's not important.
All right.
I actively believe that a joke that my school came up with made it onto Wizards of Waverly Place, so that's fun.
So you're at the theater. You passed the number of people who have left, and now the theater the doors are left open. And like I said, you can hear the newsreel within.
Are there still people in there or no?
So are you gonna go in and check?
Oh, I thought we had walked in.
No, as you are approaching, you hear the newsreel.
Gotcha. I would walk in, yeah. Like, not barge right in, but like, quietly open the door.
Well, the double doors are open. This is the middling point between something.
Oh, yeah.
You can see a couple of heads in seats. One of them you can, if for whatever reason yourself, you can very immediately recognize is definitely drunk and and likely unable to get up and go himself. There's a couple of people actively engaged in the news.
Do I see any of the people that I work with here?
No.
Okay.
So what are we doing?
Is there anyone? Is the janitor in here?
Yeah.
Yes. You can see him up by the front sweeping.
I want to go up to him and I want to.
Grab him by his lapels and punch him in the nose.
Yeah, no. I just want to basically tell him that I've made a mess somewhere else that's less crowded.
On the staircase, and we can talk to him.
Yeah, but not the staircase where everyone's going to be coming in and out of.
No, but like we get him to the staircase, and then we ask him to come with us.
Is the point to just get his attention?
Yeah, I'm just gonna walk up to him.
Yeah, that was my plan. I was going to walk up to him and be like, "Hey, I got a mess.
Excuse
Come follow me."
Sir, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
We also didn't want to just tell him that right in front of everyone.
Yeah, I'll just walk up and talk to him quietly. Fuck it.
I need to look something up real quick.
If the killer's in the room,
But where's
I just-
food?
This big dude, just kind of jumps as you approach him. Clearly, he wasn't quite in his own head at the moment, and he turns. He's fairly tall and definitely fat. This guy is big.
That's suspicious.
What isn't?
I had a voice earlier, and I don't remember what it was.
Generic fat guy number 10.
Like I said, he perks up and kind of looks you over. Do you have anything identifying you as a private investigator, or are you just a guy right now?
His gun.
I do not have a gun.
His not gun.
I mean, aside from my manner of dress, I do have whatever license you need to be a private investigator on my person. With my wallet and whatnot. But I mean, if he's turned to look at me, I'll just talk to him.
If you want to get a ticket, you gotta go downstairs.
I think there's been something of a misunderstanding. And I'm going to pull my badge out. I'm a private investigator. I'm here to ask you some questions about what happened to you the other night.
You see his face kind of go flush when you mention that. Look, I already talked to talked to the cops about this.
Yes, I'm sure you have, and I appreciate that it must not be something you particularly want to do, revisiting those events. But I think we could make some great progress towards capturing whoever it was that did what they did, if you could cooperate with me. Just a few questions, a few moments of your time.
Roll persuasion.
I shall.
I believe it's persuasion.
That's what would make sense to me.
No, I mean like that. I'm blanking on the.
No, I know what you mean. I'm pretty certain you're right. I think it's persuasion.
I play a different game on Wednesdays, and the role is manipulate, which is not this game. I know that's wrong. I'm pretty sure it's persuasion.
You are correct. And I get me a +2 to that.
Oh, that's good.
Ooh. Heyo. That's a 10.
He sighs
Every time
deeply.
I open up this Roll20 and I see my huge boy, it makes me so happy.
He sighs deeply and just kind of collects what he was working with. He grabs the back of the trash can and the broom he has, and he just kind of heads towards the exit. When he walks out of the theater, obviously, it waits for you if you are behind him, and then closes the doors behind him. The hall's empty.
I realize I can't hear anything that's happening. Hold on.
Alex was being a
now
putz.
I can hear things.
All right. He begrudgingly grabs the broom in the trash bin he was working with, and he heads out. He closes the doors behind him, provided he's the last one out, or he waits for you out before closing them.
I follow his lead.
Just kind of stands in the hallway, just as carpeted as it was downstairs. That same kind of dim theater lighting, that ambient lighting.
Makes sense.
So what is it you need?
I'd like you to tell me what you can recall from the evening. Everything leading up to the event, and what exactly happened to you that night.
I know it may be kind of hard to believe, but this job's pretty straightforward. It's simple. It just clean it up after all the folks who show up. Frankly, it's an easy gig. There's really not a whole lot to recall of the night. And I'm trying. Do I have a name for the owner of the theater?
Jeremiah, movie owner.
No, you did not give me a name. It was not in the files. So I got nothing.
I'm just control F'ing real quick.
Mhm.
See if I can. There's no J in suicide. How did I not name the owner of the theater? All right. Yeah, I bumped into the boss earlier in the night. I was down here cleaning up after some of the last few of the showings. Everything shuts off around 10 o'clock. We make sure everybody's good and gone. We make sure everything's put away the way it's supposed to go. And I was the only one working that night. We don't unless we got plays and movies showing. It's never all that busy around here. But that's not what you care about, ain't it?
No, I'm a little bit more interested in the incident, as it were.
The part where he fell.
The part where you got thrown in a closet.
Yeah,
Yes,
that.
as my colleagues said, yes.
Look, some little 3-foot tall guy came in here, tied me up, and threw me in the closet.
3 foot tall guy.
A 3 foot tall man?
Some little guy just came in here, tied me up, and then once he tossed me in the closet, I was out like a light.
Now, how exactly did this man tie you up? You're a
Wait.
big guy. It seems like it'd be pretty difficult for even a man my sized to incapacitate you like that. I'm losing my voice. I can't keep it straight at all.
I mean, yeah, I'm a big guy, but I'm not exactly fit. I got a low center of gravity. I'm hard to push over, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to overpower anybody.
Can you? I pull out my notepad and
I pull out
and
my gun.
and a pencil or a pen, whatever I've been writing with. Can you describe this man more than just 3 feet tall? Like, do you have facial features? I'm gonna try to draw like a very rudimentary suspect picture.
Man, I need to remember that I have shit written. I had a little paragraph in here about the first time going to the theater.
Oh,
Hang
you
on,
can
let
read
me.
it. You can read it to us.
I almost fell out of my chair.
The point of a theater is spectacle and decadence, with the Japanese theater, which the Japanese theater has in spades. Lush crimson carpet, an inch thick, leads from the entrance through the lobby and down each seated aisle of the first floor premiere theater. Each wall is carved with a gilded scene from a famous play. Well, you assume so. Hamlet is an obvious one, at least. At least 3 chandeliers hang in the lobby. You'd have trouble seeing them if they were unlit due to how high the ceiling is. Each chair is velvet with ornate arms. To each side of the premiere theater is sweeping steps, presumably to head to the other theaters. At first impression, as far as first impressions go, it's kind of a lot.
Okay.
No, I can't give you a particularly great information. Do you want to know the color of the trench coat he was wearing? The fedora was brown.
DM questions real quick. Sorry. How long ago did this swan dive happen?
That's not DM questions. That's you having that information.
It was 3 days ago?
I might have that written down. Was found dead on the morning of April 21st. Believed deceased the night prior. He had fallen from the theater's tower, breaking a number of bones upon landing and dying from his injuries.
So about a week ago, it sounds like.
So a week ago. And how long has
Have him.
how
just
many
gonna check out the
shows
tower.
have been up since that happened?
Rephrase that question. I don't quite follow.
How many showings has happened since the
Incident.
so it's a public place. It was closed down for an amount of time when the dude jumped off the roof.
Let's say 2 days.
It was it was closed for 2 days. Never mind then. Okay.
We could go check out the tower once we're done questioning him.
I'm just
I'm just trying
any
to.
clues that would be here are gone just because of how long it's been.
How often?
Do you know what the man who tied you up was trying to do? Any reason that did you happen to see what he was doing or where he went?
No. Yeah, that was the night Mr. Boss jumped, but I think I think this is connected. I think it's got to do with this guy.
And when he tied you up, did he also blindfold you?
No, I mean he knocked me out.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
So far this guy has no information other than the dude was 3 feet tall. He didn't hear anything. He didn't see anything. He wasn't there with another person.
And that someone so small was able to drag a
Well,
rather large.
Are you
That
saying
weight.
that out loud, Kenny?
no, I have nothing to latch onto yet.
Was he alone, or were there more?
He already
voices?
said he was alone.
Did
He said it was a 3-foot guy.
That knocked him out, but I'm wondering if there was more people with him.
At
he
that
heard
point, he'd be
before.
knocked out, so he wouldn't know.
Well, if he heard before he got knocked out.
All right, yeah, ask him.
Were there more people with him that you might have heard before they knocked you out?
No, but there was a weird noise after when he threw me in the closet.
A weird noise?
Yeah, like imagine rubbing a birthday cake upside of the car windshield.
A sort of squeaking.
Kinda.
A swell?
Like if a lawn gnome had laryngitis.
A balloon being emptied while you squeezed the opening.
But lower. But still high. Lower than the balloon, but higher than me.
Did it come from the man that was carrying you, or just the area?
I think he was laughing, but he didn't say nothing.
This man overpowered you and dragged you to the closet?
Are we dealing with 3-foot clown?
Well, if you sneak up behind anybody, usually you can get them.
I think we've come across somebody who was wheezing already, and I just can't remember who it was. I didn't write it down because it wasn't important at the time. Which is inevitably going to be our downfall because nothing's important at the time.
But still, you're a rather large fellow. For someone of that stature to be able to drag your dead weight around, you would think it would be enough time for you to come to.
No, by the time he had me, I was I guess in shock. By the time he had me tied up, he already had me in the closet, and he knocked me out before he shut the door.
So he knocked you out twice.
Got him in the closet, knocked him out.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounded like you were outside of the closet. already cleaning when you were knocked out.
No, that's when he jumped me, tied me up, got me in the closet, and then knocked me out.
Would you be able to bring us to the tower where he jumped from, the owner?
I guess I could take you upstairs. He heads away from the staircase. Based on what you've seen of the theater, looks like kind of towards the projection room. He puts his things away and he doubles back. He heads to the even staircase and goes upstairs. Uh, the that was an I'll follow him.
Yeah.
It takes a bit. There's a lot of stairs. This place is not small.
I figured.
But eventually you get to what's definitely some sort of attic, or attic adjacent. And he heads across it briefly and kind of opens up a door that clearly leads to the angled roof. It swings out and you can see the evening sky past it.
The attic floor, did it feel stable?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't like the floor gave out under him.
It is empty. This clearly isn't used as some sort of storage.
Why would he have been up here? This seems to be empty.
I don't know. I don't know what the boss uses this for. I guess used this for. It's not a big space, but I don't know. Maybe he comes up here to take some alone time. He eats his lunches up here.
Is there like a balcony that he would have been dropped from?
In the attic? No.
Okay, so where would he have fallen?
Are there any windows up here?
There's the door that he has opened to the roof.
All right, I'm gonna go out to the roof.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna go check out the roof.
Out on the roof.
I thought we were at the part where he had fallen.
No, you were. The stairs lead upstairs to a shallow pyramid-like room, and
Gotcha.
on what is the front of the building is a door you open from within. Kind of swings out like a bulkhead would.
Gotcha.
And you step out onto this tiled roof. It's not steep, but it's certainly not flat. It's definitely not someplace you should be hanging out.
And it was raining. Was it raining the night that he died? Do I remember?
As far as I know. Let me control F real quick. I'm gonna say no.
Okay, so the tiles wouldn't have been slick, so he would have fallen. So either he really was upset with himself with everything and jumped, or what you said, the 3-foot tall guy came in here and knocked him out and threw him over also.
Or just pushed.
Hey, look, you ain't gonna get me to go out there. I don't trust those shingles. So I don't know why anybody would go out here, I guess, unless you're fixing shingles.
Do they feel stable?
Enough. I mean, the weight of a person is likely enough to loosen them, and a poor step might cause you to slip.
Are there missing ones?
Give me a notice roll.
Notice is, in fact, a d6.
Is there a deeper role
Fact.
than notice?
What do you mean?
Investigate?
Investigation,
Yes.
I assume.
Investigate would be like through text. Investigate is something you can get very close to,
Yeah.
whereas notice is far away.
I want to do an investigation roll.
On.
The carpet. And see if there's any shingle dust. Like, I don't know how often you've seen shingles, but they have
You mean
gravel.
residue?
Well, they have gravel that comes off when you walk on them. I want to see if any of that is stuck in the carpet.
We'll get to you in a moment. As you look out, yeah, there's definitely some disturbed shingles here or there. At first glance, they look like they could absolutely just be from weathering. While there is some grip to them, the shingles are, I want to say, slate.
I think that's accurate.
More they're more ceramic-like than they are.
So they're actual solid pieces of stuff rather than the shingles we would know. Like
Correct.
terracotta.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so my thing's not going to be helpful then.
There's definitely some disturbances down by the edge, but there's similar things across the roof, so it's hard to tell if this is important or not.
When he was found, I'm asking this to the janitor. Was there any shingles found next to him? Or around him, like in the near vicinity?
I mean, eventually when I wind up sweeping up outside, there's always some shattered shingles down there. They don't tend to make the trip.
But specifically the day after when he was found, do you recall if there were any?
Not particularly, but I wasn't exactly allowed close to the location. The police didn't exactly believe my story, and it was a crime scene.
And you told them exactly what you told us?
Yeah, and a lot of them laughed at me.
There was nothing else noticeable about this short man. You said he had a brown hat. What about... You said his coat you noticed?
Yeah,
What's the color?
he had a tan trench coat on. He had a pair of white gloves on, a fedora. He just kind of jumped me. He was mostly behind me the whole time. I only got a glance at him when he tossed me in the closet.
My brain keeps going, it's a cartoon character. And I'm like,
Yeah, it's that guy that was scribbled all over the desk.
do you have that picture?
Of the rabbit? Yeah.
Can you pull it out? Maybe. It might trigger a memory.
Sure. I think we've already whiffed on this guy pretty hard. I pull the picture out. Do you recognize this man?
No, more so like
That's
Does
a
this
cartoon.
I love this guy. I
No,
see
I-
he's not concussed.
someone could have, dressed as the rabbit.
No,
I
I ain't
think
never
it's-
seen this.
I think it's more
Is it?
believable that somebody based the rabbit off this guy, but sure.
Either way.
I ain't never seen this in any of the reels. Is just new?
That remains to be seen.
Yeah.
It could be new one day, or it could be, thrown in the vault and never seen again. Who knows? Why, you want to buy it?
I mean, not particularly. I ain't got the. That's not what my fungibility wants to go.
All right, hold on. I gotta.
We come back in from outside at this point.
Can I still do my roll?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't think it's gonna help, even if I get a good roll. My notice is bad. No.
Say that, but a D4 minus
No,
you-
you were doing investigate.
Yes, that's what I meant. It's
D4
still
minus
bad.
2 might still explode into a 50-something.
It has a higher chance of exploding. I guess that's true. But I got the best roll it could have had.
Keep rolling a 6. All right. Is that just a regular D4 or a D4 minus 2?
It's just a regular D4.
All right. So that is a 9, in fact.
Okay.
As you wander out of the attic towards the attic is not carpeted. So as you head back towards the actual 12th story where it is carpeted, you start examining the this carpet.
Mhm.
As I mentioned before, this thing's like an inch thick. This is a lot of plush
Yeah.
carpet.
That's why I'm doing this, because that could hide some stuff.
Well, based on what you can see as you start digging into this, there's no real evidence from the roof being here, from any of the shingles.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly, this place isn't used all that much. As you get real close to it, you can identify your the four set of footprints you definitely know were just there tonight, right now.
Mm-hmm.
And a little mouse waves to you and runs back into the wall. Snaps its neck. Couldn't go through the wall. Don't give me that. No.
I was. Is that real?
No.
Okay.
No, you just really quickly, like I was gonna say something important, and I wanted to give you some sass first.
Okay. Okay.
So does or does not the mouse wave at him?
No mouse, but you can't. You definitely see like there is a large set of footprints that don't make a particularly deep indent. Like you're looking at
Yep.
at the janitor's footprints, and he's got normal sized feet, and they go in pretty good.
Yep. That's
And
the one.
These are some larger shoes with smaller impact. Just as well, there's definitely signs of things being dragged.
Yeah, I want to follow those footprints as best I can.
We're dealing with a tiny clown.
The shoes aren't laughably big. They're just like big.
Yeah,
Are
but
they
it's like
laughably big for a 3-foot tall person?
yeah, 3-foot tall guy wearing size 12s.
How do you know a janitor didn't come up here to throw something off the roof?
Because his footprints would have sunk in deeper.
You just described that how a normal-sized person's footprints went deeper than the ones that we just saw, or that he just saw.
No, the janitor's definitely like 350 pounds.
All right, how do my footprints look? 'Cause I'm assuming my guy is more built.
I just want to make it clear that the janitor is a fat guy. Like he's definitely not a normal sized person.
That's fine. Do our footprints look like they're just like deeper than the other ones?
Not particularly.
Oh, that doesn't help.
The only noticeable difference is the fact that the janitor's wicked heavy and he's like left some clear imprints on this carpet. As you follow them back through the hallway towards the stairs, it gets very hard to keep track of them going down the stairs past the 10th story. Too many other sets of footprints show up.
That's what I was worried about. Okay. So from
But from that point, we were still following the drag marks, though, right?
You could find what one could describe as signs of a struggle, or at least Mo could.
Okay. So he definitely got jumped around here. Can I obviously I can't take an imprint, but can I like guess a style and size of shoe?
My lack of knowledge for size won't help you. That's Tucker. We're just gonna say big and leave it at that.
Does it
But
look like it has like a heel?
Yeah, they look like they're some sort of dress shoes.
Okay.
Yeah, pointed toe, rounded toe, square toe, heel, no heel.
Heel and more of a pointed toe.
Heel, pointed toe, large, probably size 10 and up.
Interesting.
Okay, on a... I'm gonna write 3-foot guy, but I'm also gonna write thin, because if he's not, wicked heavy, he's not gonna sink in as much. And if he's short, wearing big shoes, that's less weight to be spread out over the larger size shoe he could be wearing.
Well, at that point, wouldn't he be heavier then?
Have
To
an
make
exact
less of an indent?
I mean,
have an exact shape I want this footprint to be, but Google is not yielding me a result I like.
yes. It depends. Is he short and he's 3 foot tall? He did the. Would you say he was hefty? Would you say he was thin? Did he look like he likes steak?
He definitely wasn't big.
Okay, so he's a small, short guy.
To punctuate it, he kind of puts his hand on his own gut.
Okay.
Ah, found it. That took way too long for me to find.
Where are you putting it?
Campaign information.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So a classic yeah. It's a classic dress shoe. Big.
I wanted to be clear so we all have the same kind of picture of the footprint.
Yeah, that's what I was picturing too. Skinny.
I kept
big
finding
shoes.
like really round ones.
Oh.
All right.
All right, hold on.
We're missing a key question to ask this dude.
That night before any of this happened, were any of the patrons of the theater short? Did you happen to notice?
Making me roll shit.
Yeah, because if he could just tell us who it is right now, that'd save us a lot of problem.
Well, no, more so like we could narrow it down, to a group of people as opposed to the whole city still.
No, I didn't notice anybody in particular. I mean, if they were that small, maybe they just blended into the crowd. I didn't see anybody that out of place.
Okay. I think we've got all that we can get from here.
I don't.
now.
I definitely don't think we have all we can get from this guy. I just don't know what to ask. He had a wheezy laugh. I know that's come up before. Tucker, am I right? That's come up before?
It might have. I don't remember off the top of my hand.
I'm like 90% sure I specifically have run into this guy.
Are there anyone in the docks that were small?
Are you talking about the mafia?
Yeah, that we've interacted with.
I'm the only one who's interacted with the mafia.
I've gone to the very first day I went.
Did you?
I got laughed. Yes, and I got laughed at.
Ah.
No, there's nobody you don't come up with anybody off the top of your head who would necessarily fit this description.
Okay. I've lived here for a while, I'm assuming. Can I think of anyone that I might have seen around town while I've been here? That,
Give me let's just give me a smarts roll.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's a D6. Shabam. 5. And a 4.
If he's misremembering and he's just estimating 3 feet, yeah, there's some shorter people in town.
Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that he's just misremembering it's not actually 3 feet tall,
Guys, I know who it is.
but he might have been like 4 feet tall and shorter than him.
It's Sora.
It's Smith's daughter.
I mean, we haven't seen her yet.
It's weird. She's 9 feet tall. You didn't think 8-year-olds could get that big, but
Anything humans got that big, but, We're whiffing, guys. There's one very important question that he has the answer to that we're not thinking of.
And what is that?
That's I'm trying to
You're
find
not
that
thinking of
out. All right.
Why would he have to get tied up?
Yeah, there's something about that. He all right. So he was tied up and thrown in a closet. He wasn't blinded. Either this person was hired to do a very specific job and was told, "Do not stray from this," or he didn't think it was necessary to kill the janitor.
Group huddle, group huddle, group huddle.
Do not stray from it. That sounds like a mob thing.
I'm gonna ask you guys to come in close so that we can whisper away from the janitor.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that language is more spooky religion.
You think? Yeah, I guess.
Do not
I guess.
stray from the path. That
Yeah.
sort of shit.
Don't kill anybody that's not necessary. Okay.
Is
Fucking hell.
what motive would he have to have done this?
That's the thing. It's not about having motive. It's about who paid him to do the job.
I more so meant like, would the janitor have a reason to?
The janitor have a reason to lie?
Off his boss. Well, off his boss.
Clearly
You think
not.
the
He's still the
did
janitor.
it?
Yeah, if the janitor did it, we wouldn't have found those other footprints from someone who we don't know who it is. We would have seen big, honking, deep-set footprints with the drag marks, and that's not what we found.
Unless he went through afterwards with others. I'm thinking too much of this.
Yeah, he would still put a deeper footprint in just because if he put on different shoes, he'd...
I meant more like with his hand, he went through and
But then
tapped them in.
you'd see...
But then we'd see his feet.
Yeah,
also.
his feet marks in line with it, or even, knee tracks.
True. Unless that's what the drag marks are.
I mean, yeah, but I did get a raise, and we were told they were drag marks specifically.
That's fair. You got a raise? Congrats.
Yeah, I did. Thank you. Can I make my character smarter than me check for a question?
No.
Fuck. How about my character's saltier than me?
I'm saying it because I am trying to leave a mystery as a mystery.
Yeah, well, no, I'm just trying to figure out if I have the components to formulate a very astute question. We haven't played in 2 weeks, so I don't remember what high I was on last time, because I definitely had questions for this guy that I didn't write down like a fucking idiot.
To be fair, I think you've pretty much nailed the stuff you wanted to ask.
Really? I
Yeah.
feel like I had a very not obvious, but like a big question that I had that I forgot about.
What more do you think you can get from this guy? Like, what are you hoping to get?
Yeah,
Honestly, if a smell might help. If the dude was close enough to tie him up, regardless of if he got a clear look at his face, he would have smelled the guy.
As weird of a question as that is, he responds that all he smelled was the usual theater stuff.
Okay. So, no heavy booze, no smoke.
Nope.
Smell of the great
no
outdoors.
pyramid patchouli.
Incense,
Oh, the
nothing
reference
like
just for
that.
me.
The only thing he says he was getting was the usual smells of the theater.
Pyramid patchouli.
All right, so it's
There's
a
only
short
one
ghost.
Joker in LA sensitive enough to wear that scent, and I had to find out who he was.
You wouldn't have a reason to kill your own boss, would you?
Me? Absolutely not.
Been any murders recently? Make my job real easy if you did.
No, why would I? He was a good guy.
That's what we're trying to figure out, if he was actually a good boss or not. Maybe you wanted more vacation time.
Did your boss have anything to say recently? Did you happen to notice any recent changes in behavior or any comments about business goings on or disagreements with the other heads?
Or trouble
Roll-
with customers.
Roll smarts. Alex, roll smarts.
Yep. I'm just down in my kitchen, so I gotta run up my stairs. I was putting my dinner in an air fryer. Oop. All right, my smarts is a D6. Got a 4.
I don't think you guys have failed a roll today.
Give it time.
I know that you said it. We're only gonna fail.
What was the question again, Alex? I was eating an orange.
That sounds good.
I was asking if he had noticed any odd behavior from his boss, any recent changes to long-standing patterns of behavior, any comments or changes in mood.
And I mentioned any like out of place like disagreements with like customers.
No, the only thing that seemed off in any way, if we're trying to ascribe a difference to anything, is there's been more cartoons lately. Been dealing more with that side of the studio.
More cartoons, you say?
And what did your boss seem to think about all these new cartoons?
As long as it makes money, I don't think it changes much. People come in for cartoons, they come in for live theater, they come in for movies, you know.
Aside from obviously showing products of Smalleywood, does your establishment have any direct ties to the Danker Animation Studio? Say your boss, did he have a personal relationship with the studio?
I don't think it was personal, but and most of the stuff that premieres from the studio comes here for the premiere.
And if this was shut down, would you say that nothing would be shown?
No. There would still be live action movies, there'd still be plays. There's theoretically still cartoons, just not from Danker Animation Studio. I think we stated in one episode that like Disney is a thing, right?
Yeah, this is just like the Hollywood exists. This isn't like this universe's version.
No, I get that.
There is still other things happening. The Danker Animation Studio is just a more experimental shot at it. Kind of like Real World right now. Anybody with these wild and good ideas who keeps getting shot down by the no, don't you sit there. That's mine.
Sorry.
Who keeps getting shot down by the big man. Owl House got canceled after 2 seasons. Inside Job got canceled after 2. Like, arguably these are well-liked shows and they're just getting tossed.
You're being told they were going to get another season. Motherfuckers. They got confirmed for renewal, and then Netflix changed their mind.
Yeah, well, Wednesday was also canceled for whatever fucking reason.
And now the week is only 6 days long.
When was that said?
Like 3 weeks ago. They're like, yeah, we're doing season 2, we're doing season 2. Sorry, guys, never mind, we're not doing season 2.
Oh, last I heard, they were already filming season 2.
If that's the case, it'll be on Amazon, not Netflix.
I'm hoping Adult Swim picks up Inside Job, but yeah, anyway. Disney exists. There are other studios. This is just, this town is built around the Danker studio. And it's not even exclusive. There would be Disney cartoons here.
Yeah.
Okay. Counting as of 5 days ago, Wednesday is still on Netflix for season 2.
It is?
Yeah. But anyways, all right. What else can we ask?
That's the last question I had. The owner doesn't seem to have a personal relationship with it. The only other thing I can think of is like if he wanted a cut of something, but he was already getting paid to do this, so it wouldn't make sense to whack the guy running the place to show your shit to close it down for a few days while they investigate. So
Unless it's what's her name? The one that we're we need to go talk to.
no, because she wants animation to stay potentially. In fact, John Smith was the one who was saying animation might need to go because it's not as profitable. So it stands to reason whoever killed him had the opposite mindset.
Oh, I'm misremembering that. Then I thought Smith wanted it to stay.
Yeah, which that was my question: is which was the one who wanted?
So what's her name? The council member Danker. So there's the big three, right? There's Danker, Smith, and Peril. Peril doesn't give one shit one way or another. Smith actively thought his department was unnecessary in entertainment moving forward because cartoons are a fad. His underling, Miss Shaw, did not share that idea and actively wanted animation to stay. And Miss Danker is the legacy of the animation studio, so it stands to reason she would want animation to stick around. So they had the opposite wants of John Smith, and now he's dead. So that's the motive that at least I have.
I'll give you a Benny for correctly recounting all of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey.
Everything what you just said was factual in accordance to the to what we've said before. None of it was speculation. Those are in fact direct facts.
Woo!
Yeah, and you're also the one that found out those facts, so it makes sense that you would remember those, and that we were just told them. And we're just like, what? Which one was it again?
Fair. I think. Nope, I can't say for sure. I'm starting to think we already talked to Danker. Is that true?
I don't think so.
I also don't, but I feel like that's where we got that information from. Okay. But
You
cool.
went in and you ransacked the Big Three's offices.
Okay, right. Okay.
So I guess if we wanted to investigate earlier in the day,
All I know is
we would have to call out from work and just start.
my
You would.
Yeah.
my character's gut is telling him that we need to accuse somebody publicly before the vote is taken. Regardless if that has any bearing on anything, that obviously will be made known later. I just feel like that's the right step to take.
And the vote's being taken during the day, right?
No, we'd be able to be there for it. We wouldn't have to like call out of work or do any fuckiness like that. We'd be able to be there.
If that's the case,
Like we
I
still
could go into work and just like the water fountain gossip, be like, oh, so I heard there's a 3-foot tall person running around town. What have you guys heard? Type of thing. Like gossiping.
Yeah. I think that is a good lead for honestly all three of us to follow up on separately with our various sources.
Yeah.
Which lead? Sorry.
The 3-foot tall person.
Yeah, the short guy.
Oh, the short guy. Yeah.
But I think is that it for the janitor while we're basically frozen in time? Is there anything else we have for him? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I can't.
Yeah, not that I can think of off the top of my head.
And the footprints, the shallow footprints that we saw, there were no other like dirt traces or mud or anything like that.
No.
All right, I'm thinking he's a city boy. because
I don't know what that means.
Neither do I.
he's a city slicker. He is in the crowd. He's not like post up at a bar every night. He didn't smell like alcohol. He smelled like the regular movie theater smells, which smells like the city. So it stands to reason that he's not in with the Rangers because he didn't have like, a pine smell on him. He's potentially not with the church. He didn't have any incense smell. When you guys saw them doing the ritual, you mentioned that they had incense burning.
Fair.
He's potentially not with the mob because the mob had no idea that this was a potential hit, and I believe they thought it was just a suicide.
What they were told.
Huh?
They believed what they were told.
Yeah, they believe what they were told. They didn't know of any other hitman around in the area, and unless I saw this person there, which is the only iffy thing that I have, then it might not be them. The fact that there was no distinguishing sense tells me he's from the area or has spent a great deal of time in the area. For all we know, he could have been to every single show at the theater for like the week prior, scoping out the place, seeing when the best place to grab the owner is. Am I off on that, Tucker?
No, you're pretty good.
Do they have... All right, before the janitor goes, how much do you know about the paperwork that goes on here? When someone buys a ticket, do they have to submit a name or anything like that?
Well, I'm not usually doing the tickets. I don't think anything like that, though. You just buy a ticket.
Right, and back in this day, cash is king, so it's not like they're going around giving credit cards and emails. Is there a regular other than yourself? Is there someone here that's here more often than anyone else? They seem to love the theater.
Not including like the boss.
Anyone still alive?
Like an employee or a guest?
Either. Whoever strikes you as somebody who's here more often than not.
No, not in particular. I guess maybe Mr. Smith shows up often enough.
All right.
You can see him really racking his brain trying to count the number of times he sees people in a week.
I have a whole new conspiracy that just fucking spawned in my brain.
He murdered himself.
No, he was in league with the guy who ended up hitting the All right, hold on. This is a lot of speculation, and it's not really progressing the story, so I'm sorry, Tucker. But based off of the fact that Mr. Smith is the next person who seemingly comes in and out of this place, it stands to reason that he met the hitman here. They had something cooked up, which involved potentially getting rid of the owner of the studio, and that his death could have been in retaliation for whatever he had planned. He could have been planning to hit Miss Danker to get her out of the way, so that his vote, knowing it would spawn a vote because his death spawned one, that it would spawn a vote where he could put somebody in position that would agree with him to make sure animation got voted out. If Peril didn't care one way or another, he could probably sway him to vote his side. So it could have been unanimous.
Maybe.
Interesting.
I will point out, just in case you're forgetting, there's a ton of other places in town.
Yeah, I saw the fortune teller, and that seems interesting. I would love to talk to the fortune teller. First of all, if she's not full of shit, she could actually be helpful. They could actually be helpful, I should say. But I've talked enough for now, so I will give the wheel back to somebody else.
No, I'm with you. I think we've got just about everything we're going to get out of janitorial services here. We've got someone to look out for now, at least a 3-foot tall strong man.
I am gonna give you guys shit this once. He's got a name.
He didn't tell me his name.
We didn't ask.
Yeah, that's my point. It's like, yeah, this janitor.
And your name was, sir?
Well, now I'm not gonna tell you, you piece of shit.
Yeah, okay.
Colin Baptiste.
I'm Dr. Jan Itor.
Jan Itor. You said John Baptiste?
Colin Baptiste.
Colin.
I think I've named more relevant people than not. I'm honestly surprised I didn't name the owner of the theater.
He was dead.
Yeah,
What does
that
it matter?
Peculiar admission.
I think that's what the thought was he's dead, no one's gonna ask what his name was.
But like, isn't he the guy whose murder we're trying to solve?
No, the owner of this theater who got pushed off the top.
Wait, hold on. Was there a second murder?
No, Colin went up here, pushed this guy off the roof.
I'm confused.
No, so the first murder was John.
The one you're being paid to investigate.
Right.
And then when I went through all the files, we found 5 other murders that were just kind of put aside, like, this is nothing.
Yeah, there were a few other things that happened recently.
And we're following up on some of them because all the reports were very vague.
Yeah, the dirty cops refused to fully list things out. So they went, yeah, this is a suicide. The owner of the theater definitely went up 12 stories and threw himself off the roof.
For no reason.
To do a suicide? Hello?
So
Yeah,
we're trying to figure out if that's the case or the more plausible thing. They
Somebody
got
gacked him.
murdered. They were murdered.
Murdered. I don't want to be dead. There's no future in it.
Nope, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke. Never mind. I retract that sass.
Do you have a business card, Alex, by chance?
I do.
Why don't you give him one of your cards in case, he comes up with anything else?
Here's my card. Please call that number and leave a note.
Yeah, he squints at it, then stuffs it in his pocket.
Oh, this guy's fucking blind, isn't he?
I mean, it's fucking dim in here.
He could just have bad eyesight. He doesn't have to be blind.
That's what I'm saying. He has bad eyesight.
Was I not clear about the fact that it's dim theater lighting?
Yeah, no, it's just dark in here.
No, he's definitely blind. 100%. He's like Daredevil. He sees with sound.
It could also be that. I'm not gonna rule that out, but I do want to point out the dim theater.
No, I
lighting
am
again.
gonna rule out echolocation.
Hey,
As we entered the theater, we heard him squeaking like a dolphin.
if we put this guy in front of you, you think you'd be able to pick him out?
I'd probably be the shortest one.
Yeah, but say we have 5 equally short fellas. Do you think you'd be able to pick this one out?
Equally Short Fellas is a pretty good band name. Maybe I could try.
I'm loving the confidence. Thank you very much. We might be calling you. If we can set up a line of short kings.
Calling all short people in town.
But like,
Did you say a line of short kings?
yeah. But like, I'm wondering, we could fake a casting call though. We could fake. No, Mike, hear me out. We could fake a casting call for Wizard of Oz.
Hold on. Better yet.
Better than Wizard of Oz.
Are Lucky Charms out already?
A casting call for a cereal commercial. or a casting call for a onstage performance of the Wizard of Oz. And we need background munchkins.
1964, so Lucky Charms wouldn't be.
And I believe the Wizard of Oz, quote me, somebody can look this up, 1938.
1939.
Fuck. I was off by 1 year. So,
Close though.
this would have so it's been around for 10 years. It was an insanely popular film, even though Gone with the Wind won Best Film that year. So it stands to reason that this would be
No, I said, that makes sense.
Yeah, so it stands to reason this could be something that we could get all the short people to come to us potentially, or we could use that to check people off the list, because let's be real, is a hitman going to show up to a casting call? Maybe not, but then we could get the names of the people showing up and then cross them off. Is that anything? Did I just take the wind out of my own sails? I think I did.
You're betting a lot on there being theatrical aspirations in our diminutive hitman.
Yes. So that's why I doubled back and said he wouldn't show up, but then we're kind of...
That's a pretty good album title, Theatrical Aspirations in Our Diminutive Hitman.
I've heard word of you.
All right. Never mind. Like I said, I will backseat for a second, and I'll let you guys talk a little bit, because we're still here talking to the janitor, and it's been like an hour and a half.
I think we've milked this as much as we can. For now. We can always come back when we get more info.
Unless the janitor's dead.
Fair, but that's the risk we're running right now.
That's the risk I'm willing to make.
Mr. Baptiste, have you considered carrying a gun? No, I can't. I do not say that.
Or better yet, 2 guns. 2 guns and a grenade. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck.
Are we meeting? Are we done here?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think we were done specifically here.
Yes. Well, we thank you for your time. Again, if you think of anything, give him a call.
And nods.
If we find out any new info, we might come back and try to see if any of it will trigger memories.
Strike your fancy. Tickle your fancy. Something about a fancy. It's a concept album.
He's yeah, you can go find him whenever you need to. If we're following my chapters as they're laid out, we're going to stop chapter 2 at 10 p.m.
Okay.
Is there anything else open at this point? In the town?
Well, the grocery store's 24 hours.
Right.
Sunken Hopes, the bar is probably still open.
We've been to the bar, and they didn't have much at the time.
I don't currently have my list of stuff in front of me.
Drive-in theater, Church of...
Teddy's Quick Eats.
Yep, they close at like midnight or something. Frank's Bait and Tackle, the Fortune...
Would the Hall of Horrors be open?
Hall of Horrors?
Yeah, the Mystery Shack.
You guys want to go to the Mystery Shack?
That feels like a nighttime thing that they would run.
You want to go to the nighttime Mystery Shack?
Maybe.
Town Hall, Library.
Libraries usually
there's a flea market.
Flea market. Flea market's probably closed.
Once again, there is the fortune teller.
I think I want to check out the fortune teller.
Sure, why not? Let's go check out the fortune teller.
We also could split up if we want.
We know how well that worked last time.
I think it worked pretty well last time, actually.
Yeah, we got a lot of information last time we split up. That was really effective, actually.
I think the town hall would be open at this hour.
Just tell me what the plan is. I'm not trying to rush you. If
Yep.
if you're still talking about it, go for it. I want to know what's going on.
Mo is definitely headed to the fortune teller. Whether it's a group or single is what's being discussed, I believe.
You had intrigued me when you had mentioned it.
The fortune teller?
Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't like initially on,
Why don't
That's fine.
we split up a little bit then? You go to the fortune teller and I'll go to the mystery shack.
Okay.
And then we'll combine then we can compare notes on our various paranormal hookums.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good.
Now he has to decide which one he wants to go to.
Yeah.
We can do yours first, Kenny. That's fine.
We'll do the mystery shack. I'll go on the mystery shack. Not mystery shack. Fortune teller tour.
Hey, will you buy me a postcard?
I'll get you both a souvenir.
A big foam cue.
All right. So we're into the fortune tellers first.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan.
All right. The large size of the building belies what little you find inside. Just past the door is a small foyer consisting of a single door opposite the front door. Beyond that, through the window at the top of the door, you can see a slightly larger room with a table in the center of it and a crystal ball atop it. Decked out in moth-eaten dark cloth. The dimly lit room does not seem to be all that large, but you do see a pair of doors within the main room. Whoever would need this much building for such a small operation? As you roam around the building, you can get a pretty good lay of the land. It appears as though whatever this fortune teller's is for, because it sounds like nobody has been here before, they're only using the 2 rooms up front.
Interesting.
Yeah.
But the building's still fairly large.
Interesting.
So they almost have a setup kind of like Spirit of Halloween, where they just take over an entire giant store and then they just use the little entryway.
The costume store.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the actual Spirit of Halloween.
I thought it was a movie. I'm like, is that what the new Halloween movie was called? But no.
No. Awesome movies I've never seen.
So you've crept around and kind of peeked into the windows. What's the plan?
I was gonna go in.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in under the guise of just a regular customer. Not a regular customer, but a normal person who wants to get their fortune told.
Yeah.
Mike, if you want to go in as a cop doing an investigation, I'm willing to be partners separately, if that makes sense.
No, because then if she goes to the cops and they're like, "Oh,
Okay. Fair.
Mr. Ward, what have you been doing?" I'm like, thing, I swear.
Okay, that's fair.
Unless it absolutely needs to be brought up, I'm
Yeah.
trying to avoid it.
That can always be brought up later, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Then yeah, I head in and I assume there's like a waiting area of some sort.
Hang on.
Okay.
As you double back around to the front, you can see the very dimly lit, still cooling down neon light in the window, and it is not lit up. The word "open" is not there.
Okay.
Is it normally open at this hour?
How much attention would you have paid the fortune tellers up until right now?
How much attention we would have paid towards the fortune teller?
I don't know if I've lived here long enough. I might have picked up on something.
I feel like that's something that's on Mo's radar just because it's weird and sketchy.
That's fine. Yeah, I mean it is about 8 o'clock. This seems like a good time to wind down. Maybe it's a little early. You could always still knock. The sign does seem to have been recently turned off.
Well, shouldn't she know we're coming at this point?
But
I keep saying
yeah, we can
she.
knock.
Yeah, just
We
knock.
can knock. See if maybe they're still in. Have a late straggler.
Who's gonna knock?
I will.
Oh, okay.
Knocking is traditionally more than once, but you bang once and then the door is immediately opened. In front of you stands exactly what you're probably picturing in your head. Give me a minute. I've been trying to Google it.
A person?
Like the exact stereotype of a fortune teller you would.
I'm thinking like Esmeralda or the voodoo lady from Pirates of the Caribbean.
I mean, I could also picture the guy from Princess and the Frog.
Kind of halfway between what Kenny said,
Okay.
Okay.
but noticeably older.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Just give me 1 second to Google. Not Google.
Oogle. Hoggle.
Yeah, she's not particularly tall. Maybe just passing 5 feet.
It was 3 feet?
Lo- large hoop earrings, a lot of green, purple, and gold.
Yup.
Okay.
She opens the door and just kind of looks at you as you go to apply the second knock, unable to as the door has swung
Punch her in the face on accident. I knew that was gonna happen.
Were you expecting us?
Well, I would not be very good at my job if I was not.
That's fair.
It looks like we caught you at the end of your time today. I apologize. If you need, we can come back tomorrow.
What is it you are here for?
To get our fortunes read.
As that is not true, roll persuasion for
Why
me.
isn't that true?
Are you actually here to do that?
Yes.
And that's the whole reason you're here.
Okay, whole reason and the reason are two different things. The whole reason is never the case. I'm here to
still
get my
gonna make
fortune told to see if she's reliable, this, that, the other thing, but also I'm hoping to see if I can take a peek at any of her other customers. But as it's closed, we're the only customers here, so that plan kind of goes out the window for me unless I can take a look at her like guest log if she has one, and even then I'd have names, not faces. So
I stand by what I said. If you plan on snooping, give me a persuasion.
all right, I'll persuade this person who has supernatural powers. Oh, my persuasion's +2. That's not bad.
I'm pretty sure that your character has baller persuasion, my dude.
Yeah, let me just do that
Also,
real
being
quick.
magical doesn't make you difficult to persuade inherently.
Yeah, we're not trying to. I mean, we're not trying to deceive her, but still.
So I got a 5.
Yep. She simply nods and steps in. Provided you follow after her, she walks right through this little kind of lobby area, into the definitely fortune tellering room.
Yeah.
There's the classic table with the crystal ball on it. The walls are decorated in dream catchers, what appear to be shrunken heads, like the typical the stereotypical accoutrement you would see in a fortune teller's.
Yeah. She got to look legit.
Yes.
In their parlor.
Yes.
Yes.
She slowly goes to their end of the table and kind of gets up on what's definitely more akin to like a throne than it is a chair.
Yeah.
It's big, it's cushy. Clearly, this is here because she likes to sit in it. Meanwhile, you have a folding chair.
Is there a second folding chair?
I was about to say on her way to her chair, if Ward looks like he's going to go as well, she will pull out a second folding chair.
Oh yeah, no, I'm definitely walking in with her. With him.
In which case she goes over to the side, kind of slings out another folding chair, kind of haphazardly puts it next to the first, and then goes and sits in her chair. And she
Alright.
just kind of stops.
Okay.
So how does this work? Have you ever gotten your fortune read?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, I'm just trying to make like
Yeah.
we're totally here to do this type of talk.
No, I've never had my fortune read before, but, I've always been interested.
Well, with my secretary having gone home, paying me would be the first step.
Yeah, that's fair. How much?
Not necessarily petty cash, but petty cash. You
Okay.
have it.
Gives.
It's not, it doesn't sound unreasonable, but the number I'm going to say would inevitably sound unreasonable in the 40s.
Okay.
Fair.
Yeah.
It's exactly what you think this kind of service should cost.
Okay.
So Mo pays, does Ward.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've come this far. It'd be weird for me not to.
It came this far to be weird, is what I thought you were saying.
Oh.
She leans forward a bit and she kind of puts her hands out, not underneath, but like kind of hovering to like Reiki massaging the crystal ball. She closes her eyes, and as she opens them, you don't see her pupils anymore. You don't see only sclera, I believe is the correct terminology.
Mm-hmm.
You're only seeing the whites of her eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what is it you wish to know? Fuck. I know exactly what I could have looked up.
Who murdered? No.
I could have done this in one if I had just remembered.
I expect that there's going to be a fateful encounter in my life.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect, Tucker.
Yeah.
Let me open it. Okay. All right. Yep. Okay. Perfect.
It's Shirley.
Yeah. That's Courage the Cowardly Dog, right?
It is Shirley. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah. I was picturing just a human version of Shirley.
Yeah, that's fine. So Mo continues. I expect there to be a fateful encounter in the coming days and/or weeks, in which I may be in a particular situation that I'd like to try to avoid, involving a currently unknown to me, I guess assailant would be the best word to use here. I'm trying to see if she can give me a reading on the short guy, who I would be confronting at some point.
She kind of gestures with her fingers like she wants you to put your hands in hers.
Right there. I'm right there with her.
Roll spirit for me.
Spirit? Ooh, that's bad. Do I get a wild die on that?
Yep. Yes. Yes.
You put your mustache on?
That's still my favorite scene in all of Gumball.
I am
Which one?
going to spend a penny.
That's fine. Where Gumball's on Penny's leg, and she knocks him into Banana Joe's house, and he's in with his mom, and his mom's painting his dad in the tub, and he walks in on his dad, who's screaming like a girl, puts his mustache on as his voice drops. He then goes into Banana Joe's room, and he's watching a YouTube video of somebody slowly opening an orange. Have I not shown that to you guys yet?
You've definitely
I've seen
shown
that
it to me.
scene.
It's such a and the faces made throughout. It's all so good.
I rolled a 10 on a d4.
All right. It hurts. Whatever this is, it feels like electricity is pouring through you.
So I'm probably being electrocuted. Do I have any hold on, let me see. Any hindrances, heart problems? No. Okay.
Do I have a heart monitor? No. Cool.
Ward, the response you see you see Mo having does not match what the fortune teller is having. She appears to be almost stone still, whereas
She's straight up electrocuting me right now.
it looks like Mo's having a seizure.
Okay.
As this happens, the crystal ball kind of slowly begins to light up. This white light slowly emanating from it before it turns dark. Not it stops emitting light, the light turns dark.
Got it.
Okay.
That opposite light.
I really want to call your character Mosif.
Hey, you don't know what Mo's short for. It could be Mosif.
Do you know what Mo is short for?
Mo,
Well,
Larry,
why
and Curly.
The fortune teller's about to tell you.
Yeah, my point is she uses your full first and last name.
I'm cool with Mosif.
Mosif Tannenbaum. You run a great risk. There is
Just
much danger in your future.
yeah. Unfortunately, that sounds about right.
You are in grave peril, and as she says the word peril, you hear and you can practically feel a gunshot.
Ooh.
This warm, wet sensation coming from your right pec. It hurts, but not like cripplingly so. If you follow this path, you will not make it. Whatever it is you do, you are meddling with forces beyond your control. I do not envy you.
Probably
and
fine.
Yeah.
as she speaks, you hear the gunshot again, and you feel it more clearly this time.
Do I also hear the gunshot?
No.
You said in my pec.
You see Mo kind of jerk back like he was just punched in the chest. And you can hear the woman's voice, but you don't. There's a low howling that Mo hears that doesn't seem to be present for you.
Okay.
And at the second gunshot, she kind of jerks her hands away from you. The sensation immediately stops, and she just kind of, she's looking at you almost afraid.
And as she's looking at me, I'm
Did you
kind of.
see what would cause him harm?
It is not always so clear. The darkness suggests that there is many a route to his fate.
So he
sus-
can't do anything?
I suspect he is very deeply entwined.
Yeah, so Mo's mind is going a million miles a minute right now.
Well, hopefully mine won't be as dark.
Mo, what do you think about all this?
I think she was very clear. Assuming she's to
Kenny?
believed. Yeah, am I muted?
Kenny, we haven't heard you in the past minute or two. You're muted.
That's fine. Sorry.
Mo got shot. Oh, well.
So what I was saying is Mo's mind is going a million miles a minute right now because I think she was very clear.
Okay.
Which further solidifies my theory as to what's happening. So what did she say? I'm in great peril?
Mhm.
What's the third exec's name?
Peril. Or Perry.
Peril. So it might be Perry Peril. I don't know that for sure, but it's definitely Peril. And
Yeah, Peril's his last name.
as he is one of now two execs, he could be a great Peril. I think this whole situation regarding John Smith's death is absolutely rooted in the execs of the animation studio, and I think that just cinched it even more so than it was before. Meddling with forces beyond my control. I do not envy you, and gunshots to the chest is the quotes I've written down here. 2 shots. There's been 2 murders.
It appeared to have been the same thing twice.
Okay, the same thing twice. So then that could be directed directly at me, or something I might be doing going forward, which I don't think I have a gun right now.
I think the only person that has a gun is me, and that's if I'm on duty?
Yeah.
I mean, that's on you.
It would be your gun, I think.
Okay, so yeah, I would have it on me.
Yeah, they're not really strict on gun laws back in the 40s.
You're right. You seem a bit shaken.
Fun fact, some of the first ever gun legislation in the country was made by Ronald Reagan when he was governor in California, specifically to disarm the Black Panthers.
Interesting.
But that, I guess that is what I'm trying to find out. Is Mo shaken by this, or are you just excited that you feel correct?
I think Mo is more excited about being correct than is shaken, but Mo would definitely like to play off of that shakenness, even if it requires another roll.
If you're really going to try to convince her, then I am going to have you roll persuasion unless someone can come up with a better skill to roll for that.
Can I do the role play and you tell me what to roll afterwards?
Sure.
Okay.
So hold on, are you telling us now about them?
No, I'll tell you my thoughts on that after we're done for the night, so that'll be like a flash forward. As of right now, you heard exactly what I heard. I haven't shared any thoughts with you, but I am going to, okay. I've never been that close to my own death before, so that's fun. Does anybody have some gum? I just want to calm my nerves a little bit.
I pull out a pack I assume I have in my back pocket.
Ask them.
Thank you. And I pop in a piece and I go sit down. Or switch chairs with Ward.
It's my turn.
Do I need to roll for that, Tucker?
For chewing gum?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to say no.
Oh, he probably messaged him. Got it.
Nope. That's everything.
Mind you, Ward at this point is like, oh, it's all smoke and mirrors. She sent the little zappy zap through him.
Yeah, I definitely got electrocuted.
To, influence his thoughts. Ward doesn't believe in this stuff and he's
all
here
this
along
hokum
for the ride. And he's willing to ride out his fortune to see what she can come up with. He sits in front of her.
And what is it you wish to learn?
I want to know more. I had it too, 2 minutes ago, and I can't remember. It's something about my job. What the future at my job looks like. Is it bright? Is it bad? Type of thing.
All right. Roll me spirit.
Yep. That is that number. Cha. Oh. I haven't used a Benny all this campaign. I'm going to use a Benny.
So just remember, they're not restocking per session. They're restocking.
I know.
Not.
I haven't used any, and I'm at 2 still because I got a bonus one.
And I definitely forgot we had them, so that's why I used one this game, and I'm glad I did.
Cool.
You don't reroll the wild die when you use Benny.
Okay.
I still got one though.
Yeah, if we're going off the first one, your dice did commit you to a 1 right there, huh?
What horrors am I about to see?
She opens kind of the same way. She takes a deep breath, and when she opens her eyes, all you see is the whites. She holds her hands out and I'm gonna say urges, but not like the whole kind of give me your hands.
Yeah, kind of beckons.
Yeah, beckons is a better word.
He kind of just turns to, I can't remember your name right now.
Mo,
and just kind of does the sure, this is gonna be great.
And I kind of give you the brace yourself, my friends.
And I put my hands in her hands.
Yeah, her hands are clammy.
Hers are or mine?
Yeah, hers are cold and clammy, like she's been handling fish all day.
Gross.
All right.
Um, as you hold her hands, there's no low humming. You maybe felt like a jolt of static, but based on what you were seeing from Mo, this does not seem to be quite the same. And she pauses a moment, and you can both see her face. Her eyes don't change, but you can see her kind of like look as though she's confused.
It's just reinforcing my flaw. As he's holding the hand, he's kind of just looking around like,
Are you unemployed?
no?
Um,
Are you sure about that?
she kicks at the leg of the table and like kind of squeezes your hands like she's trying, not like she's trying to whip the reins of a horse, but kind of like shaking your hands in that same kind of moment, like come on, get whatever clumps in here, get out. And almost nothing seems to change. She shakes a bit, and she begins to breathe deeper, like she's trying to push herself. And it's awkward, it's quiet, it's this isn't nearly the same kind of grandeur that Mo had experienced, and visually you can tell, Mo, like this is pathetic. Like what the hell happened different here? And you see the crystal ball kind of light up, and as you do, you see the faint outline of a filament inside it.
Sorry, Reese and Kohi, I didn't have my chat open. So, hello. Thank you for joining. And yeah, I know
Past
exactly
that,
where you were joining.
She, as she begins to speak, you're unsure if you're just kind of matching her thoughts or if she's actually trying to urge you, but you don't hear her so much as, like I said, track the thoughts she's describing to you.
Mm-hmm.
You see people peeling away Halloween costumes. You see faceless people, someone behind a desk firing somebody else holding a box of their things. It's very hard to pull detail from this, as she's not describing too much detail. She seems to be simply talking. And a moment or two later, she just kind of shivers, and I am not certain you have a future.
Flash forward.
Uh-huh.
It is either that, or you have closed your heart off to the unknown.
I knew this was all a bunch of balloon. Came along because he wanted to do it.
Yeah, blame Mo. Why don't you?
She picks up the crystal ball and kind of hugs it to her chest. As she does, you can see there's no connection to it. There's no like cable or plug. And then she just kind of reaches out and sets it back down. There is something truly different about you. I do not know if this is a good thing or not. Kenny,
Yeah.
give me a notice roll.
Notice this. 5.
While she was reading Ward's fortune, you could definitely hear like a soft buzzing in the back room.
Okay.
and she just kind of she just continues to look at Ward curiously. You came here unwilling.
I mean, he's always wanted to do it. He's more into this than I am.
Which is true.
So I figured I'd humor him.
It is, I will admit, it is more difficult to persuade those who do not wish to understand.
It's just a bunch of smoke and mirrors. You use what we know, tell us our fortune.
Oh, did you want the smoke machine?
I can fire that up real quick.
I turned towards C, or not. Yeah, I turned to myself. I turned to Mouse. C. I told you it was just smoke and mirrors.
Well, I don't know. I beg to differ, my friend, but you believe what makes you comfortable.
Mo, your chest still hurts.
Yeah, that's fair. Is Ward wearing gloves?
Probably. It was probably typical back then to wear gloves. Like a set of driving gloves.
Okay, all right. Did you accidentally make yourself electrocutable?
That thought time would cross his mind.
Did you say not gonna?
Probably not. Because that would be giving in to the supernatural and that he was the one to blame and not.
I don't know.
Now if you want to bring it up.
Not in her presence, but I am interested in that humming coming from the back room. But I don't think there's a way we're going to be able to sneak there with her staring you down.
My friend here, he's super into this. He would love to get a tour of the whole facility if you'd be willing to give him.
And she just kind of holds her arms out. This is it. I do not know what you wish to see.
Mighty big building for these 2 rooms.
Yes, I live in the back. A lot of revenue comes from the tourists. It is enough to fund the business. It is not necessarily enough to own 2 buildings.
Huh. Okay. I think I've got my next thing planned.
Try to get with her?
Maybe. No.
To get into the back room?
Actually, that's not a bad idea. I don't know how far Tucker would allow that roleplay to go. But,
You're welcome to try whatever you want, my friend.
so before moving on, I definitely want to see if I can, like... I'm sorry, I know my turn's over, but did you happen to see who was responsible for shooting me? Was he a little guy?
I could not focus on that. Simply on the result of your future.
Okay.
And the life snuffed out shortly.
Well, as it seems I don't have much time left, what do you say, Oh, that's weird. I mean, it's a legitimate strategy to try to get into the back room, but I don't know how comfortable I am doing that. Can I not role play? Does she want to have sex with me?
You want to suggest it, but not get weird.
Yeah. That is a line I would like to go down story-wise, not narratively.
That's fine. You are firmly and stoically shot down.
Okay, perfect. That is fine. Absolutely fine.
It's not necessarily insulting, but it's very clear nothing is going to happen.
Got it. Nope. Totally cool with that. All right. Then I still have my next thing planned. So I think I'm done with her for right now. unless Ward has any other questions that sparks anything for me.
Not in the presence of her, probably.
Okay.
In which case she begins to escort you out. Mr. Tannenbaum, I suggest that you take great care if you continue to pursue whatever it is you are currently doing.
Well, I kind of lean up on. I'm assuming we're at the door, right?
Yeah, she's heading you towards the foyer towards the front door.
Okay, so like when we're at the front door, I'm kind of leaning on it after it's open, just thanking her for the warning, for the words of caution, and if she ever changes her minds, tell her where she can find me. But while I'm leaning up against the door, I want to stick my gum into the lock, so when the door shuts, the lock doesn't engage.
I want some sort of a roll for that, but you can decide which while I talk to Mike.
Streetwise?
Mr. Ward, I apologize for the lack of answers. I'm slipping into Dracula.
The lack of answers.
However, I suggest that you open your mind a bit. If you close yourself off to options, things are bound to go unnoticed. Streetwise, I could go with, I want to say lock picking, because that is, you are directly trying to fuck up a lock.
Yes, but my argument for Streetwise, not only because it gives me a little bit of a +2, but lock picking is trying to force a lock open. Streetwise is trying to sneak your way around, which I feel like this is a little like if it was a rogue skill, I don't know.
No, sneaking yourself around would be stealth. Streetwise is more about who you know and what you can learn.
All right, so it's an int score, not a stealth check or anything. All right, so you want me to roll again then? Or
what did you?
I rolled Streetwise, which is +2, so we can either have me roll again or just subtract 2 from that and get a 4.
Is lock picking a pair of d6s?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. You got a 4. It works.
Okay.
Do what she said to me. I will consider your words. It just, I don't know, everything can be explained away using science.
Whatever you two are wrapped up in, I suggest you. I fear for you, and I wish you the best.
Can science explains why it rains?
Yes, I'll tell you on the way home.
So I suspect the plan from here is to break in.
Yeah. Wait a little bit, make sure she's asleep before we break in. I'm assuming she said she lives there, so it'll be very difficult to break in and not get found out. But there's something in the back room that needs to be checked out, and I want to know how she got that information on us.
What information? She gave me nothing.
She did use both of your full names, and neither of you introduced yourselves to her.
Yeah, so I suspect that she's got a radio in the back, and maybe an earpiece that somebody was feeding her information on, that they were, I don't know, I want to say sitting on the computer looking up, but that's not a thing. Or if she's just got like a fucking Tesla coil in the back that she was prepping to get us electrocuted with.
Well, while you work that out, we're gonna pop over to the Hall of Horrors, and I've been wondering where I could use this for a while, and I think I've finally gotten it. I think the Hall of Horrors is where I get to try this.
Okay.
What do you want to try at the Hall of Horrors?
You'll find out pretty quick.
Exciting.
So.
I'm gonna step away from the computer, but I will still be able to hear you.
All right. The Hall of Horrors appears to be the I don't want to say ramshackle is not the right word. There is a living space above it, and the space below it has been improved upon. The building has been expanded to the left and right.
Take it back now, y'all. And
care has not been taken to match the style. it's clear that space was more important than looks. What do you do?
Is the front door open? Is there like signage anywhere?
Let me throw some dice and see what I roll. We're at about 9 o'clock. Yeah, there's a hanging on the front door. There is an unimpressive paper sign that reads "Open." The font is fairly nice, but this does just appear to be a piece of unlaminated, unprotected piece of paper.
Sweet. Let's open up that door.
You step in, and it's a hardwood floor. To your to one side of you, I'm not gonna be super specific with a lot of this. Is a counter, very clearly some sort of check-in, check-out, as there's a cash register there. But looking in, you see taxidermy, you see oddities, you see cases full of things. It's a lot to take. There's things hanging from the ceiling. It's a lot to take in fairly quickly. But you don't see anybody.
I'm gonna take a minute to wander through the store and just admire the goods.
All right. Roll notice for me.
Can do. Where the hell did my roll 20 go? There it is. I found it. Don't worry. I located it. My notice is a d6 plus 2. I got. Oh, nope. I
No,
rolled a 6.
You just rolled a 6.
There we go.
All right. That's noticeably better. You hear footsteps behind you.
I turn around.
You turn around in time to see this puff of smoke, and a gentleman standing there. We're gonna really lean into the like the Stan Pine vibes.
Sure.
It's a little bit more of a flamboyant suit. He's got a top hat, not a fez. Based on the way the suit hugs him, he's a little portly, but you know he could definitely run for a good ways. He's dressed nicely, if not a little comically. And he's just kind of standing there with a cane in his hands, putting a good deal of his weight on it, smiling at you.
Good evening. I take it you're the proprietor of this fine establishment?
Give me one moment to look something up real quick.
I've got the Gravity Falls theme stuck in my head now.
The opposite of a problem.
Boo 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 boo.
Boo 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 indeed, my friend.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. It is all good in the neighborhood.
What?
But it was not all good in the neighborhood.
What
There were great socioeconomic disparities in the neighborhood.
What restaurant chain was eating good in the neighborhood? Is that Chili's?
I think it's Applebee's.
Applebee's?
Yeah.
Just Google it. Applebee's.
Eating good in the neighborhood. It is Applebee's.
I called
good,
it.
Good call. Yeah. 2001.
What did you say, Alex? I'm sorry. I immediately forgot in my quest to find this information.
I said good evening, and I take it you are the proprietor of this fine establishment?
Good evening yourself. Yes, that would be me, Edmund Taltle.
That is not the voice I was expecting.
I'm sorry, is that Sticky Fingers?
Yes. And what is it I can do for you on this fine evening?
Jesus.
I love it so much.
Hold on, I need to locate my sides.
Have they split?
They have gone into orbit. My sides are gone. I'll never see them again. Why have I come here? Mostly just to look around, I guess. Well, I happened to find myself late in the evening, feeling somewhat restless and looking for something to do. I had heard mention of this. What is it called again? The Hall of Horrors?
The Hall of Horrors. Horrors.
Well, hold on. Is it the Hall of Horrors or the Hall of Horrors?
Hall of Horrors.
So two very different halls.
My mouth doesn't like to make the double R sound.
And I had heard you're of the Hall of Horrors, and I thought I'd come check it out.
He kind of eyes you over a moment. Well, I suspect that you're not quite a tourist as it would have itself. Am I correct?
Not a tourist, no.
This guy makes me very happy.
Oh, well, that makes it all the more fun. Please come with me. And unless you stop him, he'll put his arm around your shoulder and kind of guide you.
Sure.
I'd be playfully remiss if I didn't start here. And he quickly does a 180 and gestures at a display. He reaches his cane out, and you can kind of subtly see him poke the button to turn the light on. And what you see is... Alright, you know what the Mothman is?
Do I know the most fuckable cryptid?
Ah! What? Hello? Smokey the Bear?
Smokey the Bear's a furry, not a cryptid.
I was choked on cantaloupe.
Imagine if the vibe was almost reversed. You see a fishnet pattern on these very lovely legs in what looks like a pair of stiletto heels, leading up to bright pink eyes and these lovely butterfly wings.
Now that is quite the specimen.
Now, given the human-like proportions, we weren't able to get a true taxidermy. But what we have here is, I'm still working on the name. It's a fairly new discovery. I'm going with the Butterman.
The Butterman.
He's the butler.
Well, yeah, if you did the butterfly wings and the arms and the legs, and it stands like a man. The Butterman. Is that a suggestion?
No, I suppose the Butterman makes sense.
And we'll start it. Don't worry. If you're looking for something a bit more extreme, we'll get there eventually. But this fine gentleman here, a lovely omen, if not for the horrifying face, if I do say so myself. It's far too few teeth in that mouth. And he gestures at what looks like a vuvuzela inverted and stuck on like a Halloween mask. It's very clearly an improvised proboscis.
I fucking love this guy. Oh my god.
Very good.
All right, I can see that this is not quite your cup of tea. He pokes the light again and it turns off. He just kind of takes a step back and jabs the next light, and what you see is a portrait. Well, it's not a portrait, but more of a picture, an artist's rendition, if you will. Now, have you heard of the Rockslide Bolter?
You know, I don't think that I have.
Thankfully, nothing we have to worry about out here in New York. A resident of Colorado, as it were. And he gestures to the picture. This one's an actual cryptid, for the record.
Oh, yeah?
That sounded like an image is being posted. King Candy.
Yeah, that's just what Tucker's voice makes me think of.
Yep, you're not wrong. Have some candy.
the rock slide bolter.
Dang, that's a big old guy.
Is that what happens when Wario takes over a fucking fish? Because it's got a W on its forehead.
Does it?
Yeah.
It does kinda. I'm trying to see if I can't find a good picture. No, there's really not gonna. Just gonna get the wiki one, huh? You weren't entirely wrong. This is mostly how I'm picturing him.
Is he about 3 feet tall?
No.
Is his shoes too big? Every time we talk to a short person, I'll be looking at his shoes.
Now this horrible thing. Don't ask me quite how it fully functions, but look at those teeth. That positioning, this horrible, horrible whale of a monster clings to the top of mountains and waits for unsuspecting travelers to walk beneath, where its disgusting taloned tail simply lets go, and it bolts down the side of the mountain, swallowing up everything in its path.
Oh, grotesque.
Now, personally, I'm wondering how it gets back up to the top of the mountain.
That is a good question.
But many a man has been lost to this behemoth, this alpine monstrosity. But all right, I can see you here for more of a big game. And he kind of he steps into the shadows and comes back with a large jar full of formaldehyde. You don't have to question it; you can smell the stink of it. And what we have here is a specimen fully recently brought in from the Caribbean, and it's definitely a monkey half stapled to a fish half.
The classic taxidermy mermaid. Gorgeous and beautiful.
What we have here is one of the only fully preserved mermaids. Frankly, I thought they'd look a little bit more. They'd be a bit larger. I didn't think I'd be able to hold the jaw.
They'd look something less like a monkey stapled to a fish, I would have thought.
Make a notice roll.
I shall. And you cannot stop me. That's going to be D6 plus 2 and a D6. That's a 7.
As he's gesturing, he's kind of making big sweeping movements, and as the thing kind of bobs in the jar, you swear you can see it blinking. The story has it that this little gentleman, on his way into the net, put quite the number of puncture wounds in his captive. I've seen the bite marks myself. They're rather deep. The scarring left behind is impressive.
I can only imagine. So you deal in cryptozoological marvels?
The oddities of the earth is more of my preferences.
I see. I see.
If you're looking for something simply a little less jaw-dropping, we've got this. And he turns around and he pulls out what looks to be like he's not quite struggling to hold it up, but it's definitely heavy. And he pulls out a large chunk of amber. And as he's wandering around the place, he doesn't exactly have a place to set it down. He just kind of holds it in front of you. Hang on, give me a second. He kind of starts to rub the side of it with his elbow to develop a bit of a shine to it. And as he does, you can see within it. This big chunk definitely has some sort of prehistoric-looking bird completely within it.
Now, what's the story here?
Well, this beauty came smuggled in from from out west. This was a dig site, and they'd found something that they didn't quite match what they were looking for. They were out looking for bones, and they found something a lot more than bones here. Look at these beady little eyes and his crazy teeth.
A lot more than bones.
It's an album title. You could break it down. More Than Bones is the band name. I'm not even certain that this little monster has been categorized yet. I'm fairly certain it's some sort of dinosaur, but it's little. I don't know if it's fully grown or not. But look at those colors. It's very bright.
It's a little sword.
Now, what is this dinosaur-looking guy encased in again?
Amber.
Amber. I see.
And for specifics to put the thought in your mind, it's an Archaeopteryx.
Neat. Does this one also happen to be looking alive?
Nope. You don't notice anything particularly off about this one. In fact, this might be the most real thing you've seen so far.
Interesting.
Now, if would you prefer some of the more fantastical, or something a little bit more down to earth?
Now, are these all for sale?
Oh, absolutely not. You've caught me in a good mood, and I feel like consider this some practice for me.
Practicing what, pray tell? Nope, lost the voice again. It is a hard voice to keep consistent.
Well, I'd say the act, but the presentation?
Ah, yes, of course. Well, you've certainly got a number of fascinating specimens. That is undoubtable.
A lot of the these little you can see silhouettes in a lot of the alcoves. They're not lit up, so it's hard to see what's within them, but there are very clearly displays all around the place.
What would you say is the rarest piece of your collection?
The rarest thing I've got. All right. If you're looking for something truly mind altering, I suppose I can reveal something.
Oh,
Follow me.
please do. I'll follow him, absolutely.
And he heads back to the middle of the store, where he kind of puts his cane down in what you thought was a knot in the wood, but he pushes it down and twists it, and kind of it's not as mystical as to raise on its own. He's using his cane to like tug this thing up from the floor. As he raises what looks like a small, I guess not a small, a rather large terrarium. There's some gemstones in it. There's some bone, which you're fairly confident is a meteorite. But what he actually he pushes the glass on top aside and reaches in and pulls out another large jar. But what's inside it is this one's actively moving. Like this one you can see moving. There's no suspicion. Whatever this sludge is inside of it, it is certainly active. Now I've got this.
Now, what exactly am I looking at here?
Picture like one of those jugs you'd put on top of a water cooler.
Sure.
It's about that size, and inside it is, we'll say something about a black wad about the size of a cantaloupe. But as he's holding it, you can see the jar kind of jostle back and forth as tendrils like jut out and jab at the glass.
The symbiote.
I will repeat that question, but to the guy. What exactly am I looking at here?
That's the beauty of it. I have no clue.
Where did you find such a thing? Is it alive?
I don't dare to open the thing. Whatever it is, it seems to hate. Look at it. Look at it. Look at it around in there. Does that not look like stabbing to you?
It definitely looks like it means us ill will, that's for damn sure.
In the back of a warehouse down at the river. Something well hidden, deep, deep in the backs of it. And you can hear it, right? And as he quiets down, you can hear like the sticky clicking of it, like jabbing at the glass.
I'm gonna get real close to the glass and look real, nose up to the glass, kid looking in at the toy shop, kind of like just getting as close a look at it as I can. How did you get it into the jar?
Oh, I found it in the jar. It was in the jar when I grabbed it from the warehouse. I do not want to touch whatever this is.
Do you know who was renting the warehouse at the time when you found it?
Absolutely not. No. To be fair, with a bit of trespassing, but
Do you frequently sneak into warehouses and steal whatever the hell these things are?
not frequently. But all of the best oddities have to come from somewhere.
I suppose that's true.
And if someone decided they wanted to leave this in the back of the warehouse, well, they're not gonna miss it. And I want to make money off of it.
Uh, I'm gonna reach out and tap the glass.
And you become Venom.
Venom, venom.
Venom. I love Eminem.
Bare finger. Give me a little more information. Describe the scene.
Is the jug on the floor or is he holding it?
He's holding it.
I'm going to reach out with a hand, and with the fingernail, I'm gonna go like tap, tap, tap.
But an ungloved hand. This is bare finger.
Yeah, against an ungloved hand, bare finger. So you get a nice little, like a
Tink.
little like a,
Yep.
like a
Um,
tink, tink, tink.
As you tap it, the almost sporadic thrusting of these tendrils as this
Call it.
blob seems to kind of bob in the jar, kind of pulling itself around. More of them seem to focus on where you're tapping.
Does it eat?
I've never fed it.
Have you tried?
Did I not just say I definitely don't want to open this thing? I have no idea what this is.
That's fair, I suppose. What
Look,
do
we
you-
got Bigfoots in the area, and I find this in a warehouse. I'm absolutely not opening this jar.
Fair enough. This is certainly the strangest, or, well, maybe second strangest thing I've seen today.
Yeah, and what would be the first, and how much do you think it would cost?
Well, I don't think it's for sale. What do you know about the church that's moved into town?
He offers up that side, and he sets the jar back down in the aquarium, sliding the top the terrarium, sliding the top back over it. The weirdos over in the Church of Vertoverum,
Yes, that
Those
would be
weirdos.
the one.
they recruit. They've been out and around town. They act nice, but personally, I'm a little bit skeptical of that. And they seem to like to run afoul of a certain organized group of individuals who I will leave unnamed.
Yes, those particular elements don't seem to get along with one another. That much is for certain. Are you at all? You trade in the weird and the weird, but the second time it's spelt with a Y. Um, do you know anything about trances or chants?
Short men by chance?
You're gonna have to give me a little more to work with that. What are we talking about here?
Well, I did mention that that thing in the jar was the second strangest thing I'd seen tonight.
So I take it the first has been some sort of ritual?
Let's just say I found a basement full of very focused individuals who did not seem to really notice that they were in a basement, or for that matter, individual.
Look, people get very into their hobbies. Personally, I have definitely spent far too much on some of my oddities. I will admit that. I have no regrets. I just know I have spent too much. But the tourist trap is always lovely. So I. People like to try new things, so to speak. I don't know if you've noticed the fact that my particular establishment, along with a couple others in town, don't quite match the air the town gives off.
You ever run into any problems with the those who like to make this place a little bit more mainstream?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Does he run into issues with like the people who are trying to gentrify the town and make it more Main
The
Street
cops.
Hollywood?
Oh no, absolutely not. My particular establishment, along with others, are marked off as a tourist trap. I'll embrace the name. It does in fact bring in the tourists.
Sure. Understandable, understandable. But no, it's not so much that they were people into hobbies as they seemed to be in some kind of a trance. More or less completely unaware of the world around them. Just sort of standing there in rows.
And you're certain they weren't just sleeping.
Uh, have you often seen 30 or so people sleeping standing up with their eyes open?
Were they standing? I thought they were sitting.
I thought they were standing.
I thought they were kneeling.
Ah, well, regardless.
I thought there were less of them.
Whatever the appropriate number and position were, it was many weeks ago.
It was 15 on 1 foot.
What was it, like half a dozen?
I think it was close to 10.
Around a dozen or so individuals? Yeah, and were they? I thought they were standing, and like there was like a chant going on.
I believe they were standing.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, around 10 or so people, asleep, standing up with their eyes open.
Did you happen to get a do cameras exist? Can I say that?
Yeah, one of her
Cameras
characters was a
most-
photographer.
That's right. Yeah. Did you
My,
happen to get
my
a
dude, it's they're film companies.
fair? I'm trying to do a lot of mental calculations in my head. All right, leave me alone.
No,
Sometimes
you're
I goof
fine.
up.
Very fair.
Did you happen to get a picture of this?
No, I didn't get a picture. I didn't have a camera on me.
Well, look, if you're dealing in business like this, you may want to find one.
I'm
I mean,
starting to
I mean,
think
look
you
at what
might
I've got
be
here.
right.
A picture may be worth 1,000 words, but a taxidermy Bigfoot in the back is worth far more than that.
Do you have any idea what might cause such a thing?
That's a bit out of my wheelhouse. Personally, I'm more into the collective side of it all.
Sure, sure.
Well, this place is definitely spooky, and this guy has a bunch of weird cryptids. But I'm not sure what else I can get from him that's relevant.
If you want to kibitz, I don't mind.
Some kibitzing would be helpful.
Like from us?
Yeah, if Kenny or Mike has an idea of something to ask about or press deeper into, I don't mind. In theory, you would have gone here with a bit more of a clear path.
Um,
What were you coming here for in general?
No, I mean that's it really. Mostly it was just a
split-
thing that we mentioned that existed, and I figured we could
yeah.
go look at something we hadn't seen yet.
Okay.
But wasn't there like some weird ink shit? Or
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
that I got a vial of?
Yes.
That I got a vial of weird goo, right?
Yes, you
Yep.
did get a vial of weird goo. I wonder if it's related to the thing in the jar.
And the vial of weird goo was that was gotten in the church, yes?
Correct.
Yes, because
Yeah,
they're
alright.
getting like bunches of shipments of ink.
Now, while I was definitely not sneaking through the bowels of an odd cult, I definitely didn't happen to come across some barrels full of a strange goo. And on that note, I will take out my vial of aforementioned goo, or my flask, I should say, because it is in my drinking flask. It is in my hip flask.
Is it transparent? Is it visible through it?
Oh, no. We're going to need to pour this shit out into a cup.
All right. What are we gonna do with this?
Drink
do
it.
you have a glass? I think you might be able to tell me more about what I've found than I will.
All right. How big a glass? Not a shot, I suppose. Give me one. Give me a second. And he goes behind the counter, and you can hear him mess with like a drink cart. And he comes back with what looks like a dinner glass. So what are we doing here? What are you tempting me with?
I just thought you might be able to help me identify something strange. That seems to be more in your wheelhouse, does it not?
Yes.
In that case, and I will spin the little cap off the hip flask, and then I will pour out a couple of drops of weird goo.
Is that Kestrel screaming in the background?
Yeah, so my kitten got spayed on Tuesday,
Aw.
and she's losing her little goddamned mind about it. Because she has to stay separated from the other cats for 10 to 14 days. And like the moment she got home, she was like, all right, it's time to fight, time to wrestle, time to chase. And we're like, this is why we have to separate you, so you don't eviscerate yourself, you little moron. There's a picture of her and her cone. It's put into the general chat. She got her arm stuck through the cone.
Aw.
Right? She's fucking adorable.
So you tip the flask upside down, but nothing comes out.
Does it feel like there's weight in there?
Yeah, there's definitely weight in there.
Huh. It
It's shy.
it doesn't seem to be coming out. I give it a little shake.
Give me a strength check.
All right.
What are you wrestling
all
with?
of my stats are D6s. Why am I even looking?
Yeah, Only a couple of characters got like noticeably better rolls. You're either probably at fours or sixes on stuff.
Yeah. I've got a couple of useful D6 plus 2s.
You give this thing a good hard shaking, and nothing has changed.
Good old ketchup slap.
Huh. Now, the thing in the, what are those things called? I think they're called carboys? Hold on. Yeah! The thing in the carboy. Which...
I need context or a picture. I have no idea what you're saying. Okay.
That thing. It's called a carboy. Right? That's what...
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So the thing in the carboy, did it look like the weird goo that I found in the barrels?
Yes.
What's up?
Yes.
All right. I carefully screw the cap back onto my hip flask. I have an idea. Could you take out that carboy again?
He just kind of looks at you quizzically and goes and grabs it. This time he sets it down on the edge of the terrarium. Not the edge of the terrarium, the edge of the table the terrarium is on.
Is it on like a sturdy platform, or does it look like it'll fall over if the thing inside of it leaps hard at the side?
Both. The table it's on seems secure. If nothing changes, it'll be fine. But if whatever this moving thing within it, if it pushes hard enough, it might be able to knock the thing over. Though it is exceptionally heavy.
Why don't you hold on to that thing and keep it secure while I once more try to extract my goo?
Look, if you're gonna open this and something goes wrong, I'm holding you completely liable.
Fair enough. I just think that the thing in my flask might be related to the thing in that carboy.
Is it named homunculus?
What do you do?
I take the flask out. I don't open it up, but I hold it up close to the glass.
No change.
No change? All right. I unscrew the cap of the flask and flick it open.
Still no change.
All right. I can feel the weight of the liquid in the flask, right?
Yep.
When I shake the flask back and forth, do I feel any movement? Does it feel like a liquid or a solid in there?
Feels more like a solid.
Feels more like a solid. Do you have a knife that I could try to poke at this with?
My arm's not that long. You wanted me to hold the cowboy.
Yeah. Yes. You can let go. It doesn't seem like it's going to react just yet. A knife or an ice pick, something long and thin that I can fit into this flask. I want to try to get out what's inside, but it seems to have solidified.
Make a notice roll as he steps away.
Oh wait, is my notice D6 or D4? D6 plus 2 and a D6. That'll be a 6.
As he steps away, and heads back towards the counter at the front of the store, you feel movement within the flask, and you look down in just enough time to see whatever is in this flask reach out to the top of the carboy and pull itself down past the cork.
So the flask is empty now.
You catch it as it is emptying itself. Yes.
And now it seeped through the cork to join the larger mass in the carboy.
Yes.
Okay.
As soon as it was in reach, the two just kind of seem to swing tendrils at each other as the littler one is immediately engulfed by the larger one.
Does the larger one get any larger visibly?
No, you did not have a huge amount of it.
Okay. Uh, huh. All right.
You're not gonna believe what just happened.
Uh, it, did the guy introduce, the guy gave me his name, right?
Edmund Tultle.
Edmund. I'm gonna find the voice again. Edmund, nope, that's not the right voice at all. Edmund, if you could come back here, I have an update.
You hear him sigh as he turns around, having just gotten to the counter. What is it? Yes.
The knife is a bit of a moot point, and that cork is less secure of a stopper than you may have previously anticipated.
He just kind of holds a fist out and bonks the cork. It's stayed in here so far, so I think it's working just fine.
The cork itself? Yes. The moment you stepped away, the liquid in my flask turned liquid again. It leapt out through the top, seeped right through the cork, and was engulfed into the larger mass of goo within the carboy.
Give me another notice roll.
Blammo. 6.
It's rather obvious to you that the goo has now slowed its movement, and it is more focused on the side of the carboy that you are closest to.
I sort of squat to get a good look at it. Sort of just looking right at it. I'm pretty certain that warehouse that you snuck into was owned by the church. Or at least being rented by the church.
They're saying that the church has more of this stuff.
I'm saying that the church has barrels and barrels of this stuff hidden right underneath it.
And y'all laughed at me saying the cartoons were alive.
Well, Tucker did explicitly kind of tell us the supernatural didn't exist.
Do you happen to have a
explicitly
lot
say that.
of beeswax? Or wax of any sort? Candles?
I've got plenty. I harvest it from my ears every night.
Gross.
And he goes off to the side and he pulls out a jar with an appropriate label for whatever it is you're looking for. Clearly a joke.
Good. I would suggest you boil some of that down and use it to create a seal on this bottle. I've seen that liquid go through that cork like it wasn't there.
Roll persuasion.
Sorry.
Persuasion is a D4.
Holy shit.
So I'm gonna roll my wild die.
That's a 23 on a fucking D4? Damn.
2.
No question. He just goes and melts it down and he pours it all over the top of that carboy. He's created a nice solid inch-thick film across the top of it.
You have scared him for the rest of his life. This thing's gonna get out.
I mean, that's my concern, yes.
Nice.
All right, so this seems like it's definitely going to be a bit more secure now.
Yes.
And I think it's going to go back into its holding cell.
I would be remiss to take my eyes off of, or I would be remiss if I didn't suggest you keep this thing under pretty careful surveillance. Whatever it is, it doesn't look very friendly, and it's definitely got some sort of an agenda. Some
Well,
kind of
if it-
intelligence.
It's been down there for a couple of months and it hasn't gotten out yet.
A couple of months, you say?
Yeah. Not everything here is
Interesting.
brand new.
How long ago did the church move in?
A couple of years.
A couple of years. All right.
Still fairly recent, but not that recent.
Interesting. Well, whatever this stuff is, the church has a lot of it. I don't really know what to make of that, if I'm being entirely honest with you there, Edmund.
You look at reason enough to not like the church all the more.
It certainly is reason enough to give one pause, that's for damn sure. I pat my hands off on my thighs and push myself up into a stand, up onto my feet from my sort of squat. Well, I'll be honest, I don't know what to make of all this. I definitely owe you something for the tour, though, yes?
Yeah, insert appropriate tourist attraction price.
Uh,
And you know what? I'll knock a little bit off the top if you let me work on my spiel.
that and I figured you could cut me a bit of a deal, considering I did just add to your collection.
I mean, you say you did. You seem to have pissed it off, that's for sure.
Is it pissed off? I'm gonna lean back down again, get real close to the jar.
It's on your side of the jar.
But is it like spiky? Like, describe its behavior for me. Is it
The
following
same-
me as I move it around?
Yes.
And it's like jabbing at me with the spikes.
It's doing the same thing it was doing before, but staying on whatever side of the carboy you are closest to.
Well, look at that. I think it likes me.
Yep.
Well, that is curious.
Curious and curiouser.
Is there anything else you need to do here?
I think that's probably it.
All right, then we're gonna skip.
Well,
Oh.
could you ask about Short Guy?
Um,
He likes weird things.
you wouldn't happen to have had any particularly singular clients recently, would you? Looking for rather diminutive gentlemen.
Singular clients, no. Usually it's a group that'll come in here. I do get the and he's gesturing at you. I do get the occasional lone curiosity.
I'm sorry, not what I meant by singular. I didn't mean singular as in alone. I meant singular as in singular in nature. Unique, memorable.
Short.
Nothing in particular, no.
No particularly diminutive gentleman come to pay you a visit?
I mean, we're not counting children, are we?
No, I shouldn't think so.
Then no.
Well, that's good to know. Good to know. Well, thank you for your time. It certainly has been an education.
And we're gonna pop back over and try to go not necessarily quick, but I want to end on this, and then we'll not necessarily prep for next time, but we'll move forward.
Yeah.
So, how long do you wait before going back into the fortune teller's house or attempting to break in? And also, how are you going? You're just going in the front door that you hope you jammed open?
Yes, going in the front door that I hope I've jammed open. I'm also kind of hoping that I have a mask of some sort.
We have time. We can go. Pick
Yeah,
one
we
up.
could go pick up a disguise of some sort. I'd like to say, I want to say once like the TV light has gone out. But again, I don't know if people fall asleep in front of the TV in the 1940s, especially when it's late at night. So I guess
By the time you've gone and gotten your disguise and come back, there's no lights inside.
Okay, then perfect. Then doing my best stealth roll I could possibly muster. We're gonna see how badly this goes.
Ward, are you going with him?
Ooh.
I
Just roll a 23, Kenny. It's not that hard.
I would not say no to a pair of eyes on the outside. If
I will wait outside and have a signal that we can give if I notice anything, any movement.
hurry up, get out! This is not a drill. What's the song from Rick and Morty? I'm trapped. This is not a song.
I'll be
I'm
standing,
begging for help. I'm screaming for help.
Yeah, that one.
I'll be standing
Alright.
like at a light post or something, like smoking a cigarette, trying to blend in.
Yep.
You've made a bit of a mess in the lock. It might be suspicious that someone has come in, but you managed to quietly get yourself back into the foyer.
As long as they can't point directly at me and say that guy, I'm fine with it.
Where do you go from here?
First thing I want to check is definitely under the table that I got electrocuted at. I just want to make sure I was electrocuted and it wasn't like chemically induced.
You're basically in a waiting room right now. You want to go back into the room,
Oh.
the room where the magic happened.
Then if I'm in the waiting area, is there like a desk of somebody who says, "In Europe, sir, you're next"?
Yes, there is a desk.
I want to rummage that for a bit. See if I can find any list of like client names. There's probably not pictures of anybody in the waiting room, so there's that. So I guess
No,
I'll list. Yeah.
The desk is startlingly empty and the drawers are locked.
Lockpick check.
Do you want to pry in?
I will roll lockpicking.
All right.
It's a 5 for lockpick.
As you kind of wiggle the drawers to see if any of them might yield something, you decide on one of them, and you pick it open to discover a lockbox within the drawer.
Okay. Giving a very light, quiet shake. What do I glean is on the inside? Papers, hardbound book, coins, dollars.
Yeah, this is the money box. You get the jingling of coins. You can hear it against bills in there. You're confident this is a box full of money.
All right, then I'm not interested in robbing the place. I'm looking for information, so I put that back. All right, so... Okay, so it's the standard business desk, not secretary, hostess, I guess, is more apt. So then, yeah, go back into one of the rooms, the magic room, I guess.
Okay.
Check under the table, see if my suspicions are correct and I was electrocuted.
It's a table. It's got an old tablecloth on it and a crystal ball on a stand.
Really?
There's just table stuff underneath it.
Just table stuff. All right, then
You know,
I'm...
the normal table guts you'd find underneath the table skin.
Normal table guts. Then I'm assuming it was something on her person, which I'm not going to be able to find here. Okay. Looking at like,
I wish I had thought of this before.
if you want a flashback, you could have.
No, because I was gonna have. My thought process was if you managed to get out, like without being caught. Now, we could like under the guise of I'm with the cops, knock on the door, and be like, we saw that the door was wide open. We fear that you might have been broken into. We need to check out your place.
You could do that if I get caught.
True. True.
You could come and arrest me.
Yeah.
So you've got the door back into the lobby and the door into the rest of the house.
I'm gonna take my chances and move into the rest of the house.
All right.
Is there any kind of glass door? Like, can I get at least the information that she's not sleeping up against the door I'm about to open?
Yeah, there's a little window at the top of the door.
Okay, and I can see that she's not in the room I'm going into directly?
Correct. This appears to be some sort of storeroom.
Okay. Is this where I heard the humming come from?
this direction anyway.
Okay. Then yes, I want to continue.
All right. The door's not locked as you are currently inside the establishment.
Right.
You open it up and it's the mystique of the room you just left kind of fades away as you wander around in here.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a big storeroom. Were you in the basement of the No, don't you do that. Don't you do that. Stay out of my chair. Were you in the basement of the church?
I was not in the basement of the church.
Well, similar vibes to that, because I assume you were still in the session.
Yes. Okay.
Just a bunch of some crates stacked on top of each other. You're getting a couple of distinct smells from within the room.
Okay. Are any of the crates already open?
Nope. You gonna go deeper into the room?
Carefully, but yes.
All right. Then I guess give me stealth.
All right.
You are beyond me being able to signal you at this point.
Yep. Well, all right. That was my regular die. And now my wild die. So that was an 11.
11's pretty good.
But not good enough.
I mean, the target's usually a 4, and
Yeah.
then the next target's usually an 8.
Okay.
I mean, it's no 23.
Yeah, you become more careful with your footsteps, peeking around corners before just going.
Mm-hmm.
And as you venture deeper, you hear voices.
Okay.
Just a conversation. You can definitely you can't quite make out what's happening so far, but this just appears to be a couple of people talking.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna approach?
Still not hearing any lights, or seeing any lights, rather.
No, this back room is dimly lit.
Okay. Then yeah, I guess inching further.
All right. You creep closer to this conversation, and more of the words start to become clear to you.
Okay.
Yeah, do you know what Redwood's planning? No, I ain't got a clue. That's not my place to ask. Yeah, but there's been a lot more activity lately. Something feels wrong. I don't know. We're definitely not getting the whole picture. Yeah, we're not supposed to. That's not our job. We're here so we don't get the problems, you know? Yeah, but why are we keeping everything here? Because the old lady likes it. Like she likes getting involved with this. How do you know that? That don't make no sense. I don't know. Look, she's a magic old lady. Why can't she be involved with us? Look, you can't believe that shit. It's all smoke and you seen the smoke machine. You hear a car door shut from further away.
Okay.
You're just gonna keep eavesdropping?
Deducing that.
Did the car door come from where I can see it?
No.
Okay.
I'm now curious as to what's in the crates. I want to know if it's the same shit that the church had.
Okay. You want to like sneak back to the door and try to pry one open?
I think so.
All right. How are you gonna do that?
Is it too much to say that I was prepping to break in, so I brought a crowbar?
Roll smarts.
I will roll smarts. Wild die or no?
Yeah.
Oh,
Always
shit.
a wild die.
My smarts is a D8. That exploded.
Yep, you were playing enough. You got a pry bar on you.
Right. Then yeah, I pry it open as gently as possible.
If we're focusing more on volume than strength, roll agility.
Roll agility. That's a 4.
Right. You wedge the pry bar in very, very slowly, kind of bounce on one end of it, just trying to ease the nails up and away. when you get it open enough to look, this is full of bullets.
Okay. Huh, that's a lot of fucking bullets.
Yeah, it's a lot of bullets. This is a lot of bullets.
Are they loose or are they like packaged in like a tray?
Most are packaged. There are definitely some loose ones in here.
Can I gently search like an arm's length deep to be 100% sure that there's nothing in the middle of these bullets?
Sure. You rummage your arm in a little deeper. Without being able to look in, you're kind of pressed up to the side with your arm in there.
Uh-huh.
You can definitely make out, okay, ammo box, follow it around. Okay, here's the ammo box under it. Here's a couple of spilled bullets, ammo box. No, in this in the packing that it's in, it appears to be ammo.
All right. All right. I'm hoping by now that car door has introduced a third person into that conversation. And knowing...
And or remove the whole conversation.
Yeah, or remove the whole conversation. That's also fair. I think I want to check on the status of that again.
All right.
Don't suspicious.
Um,
Don't
yeah.
be suspicious.
Trying to do a two-person conversation by myself is hard enough. I'm not gonna successfully do a three.
You're fine.
If you
it's
want to send me some stuff, I can read some stuff.
No, no, we're good. It's the same two voices you heard before. Squat and Stretch, I will refer to them as.
Okay.
And the third voice mixed among them is I don't think we've this has come up yet. It's deeper. Definitely somebody in charge based on the way they're speaking to it to the other two.
Mm-hmm.
And you hear Squat referring to whoever this is as TP.
TP. Okay.
I will give you a smarts roll if you don't know. If you're trying to dig more information.
Yes. TP does not sound familiar. Smart.
Before I say anything, if anybody can have a suggestion and get correct, you get a Benny.
TP.
TP. Hold on. Where's my Google Doc? Oh, I don't know what his first name would be, but Peril is a last name.
That's true. There's a last name to it.
Is it Thomas Pearl?
I don't know if you guys have his first name yet.
I don't-
I know his first name.
I don't think we have his first name.
So this is someone that we know the first name of.
You don't know. I'm asking if you've written enough down to be able to guess.
TP.
I am trying to lead you there in case you're curious.
Okay.
A name was dropped earlier. Did you hear it?
By who?
Squatter Stretch.
I did not hear a name.
I did. Redwood.
Well, yeah, Redwood. I
So
caught.
these are probably.
Oh yeah, no, I know they're mobsters. Yeah,
Yeah, Redwood's the leader of the gang.
yeah. I don't know what TP is. You said Redwood. That's my contact. I know exactly who he is. I don't know who TP is.
Redwood is a person I know.
Yeah.
So you didn't write down any of the other names I spat out?
I guess not.
Because I definitely mentioned at least 3 of the higher ups.
I only heard Redwood.
Somebody had like a kitty cat name who was a big gruff boy, right? Yeah, somebody had a misnomer, so I don't remember what it was. Yeah, no idea. It was the guy who was calling for somebody at the door. So I opened the door, I was talking to somebody, then that person called for TP to ask if Redwood was here, but I don't remember what TP stands for. Is that correct?
Yep, I'll give you the smarts roll.
Okay. D.
Oh, we're going that far back. Okay.
Yeah, that's like 3 sessions ago, maybe. Okay, a 6 and a 1. The 6 explodes.
There you go.
9.
The T stands for 10. Does that get you anywhere?
10 pin?
10 point. 10
Yep.
point. That's what it was. Yeah.
Do you know what the last word is?
Deer? 10
A
point?
buck, but yeah. 10-point buck.
10 point buck. Okay. Yes. That's who I was thinking of. Okay, so 10 point buck is either there or was just referenced.
No, you're fairly confident he's there. They're directly addressing TP.
Okay.
You can hear him telling them where to put the goods as you begin to hear some movement.
Okay. So they're coming to collect this shit.
Yeah, you haven't seen them yet, but you can't tell if putting the goods means out of whatever vehicle had its door shut or into whatever vehicle had its door shut.
And I'm not on bad terms with the mob, so I don't want to get their shit, like, I don't want to mess their stuff up or let them know I'm eavesdropping on them. But I'm wondering if I'm in a good enough position with them that I could be like, oh shit, you guys, what's up? Hey, don't mind me, I'm just breaking in.
Your answer should be on your character sheet.
My answer should be on my character sheet. I mean, then there's not really
Who's your buddy?
Redwood.
Is this him?
No, okay. All right, that's where I was going. That's what I was thinking. Okay. So the fortune teller's mixed up with the mob. She just likes being involved. So ow, I just bit my lip. So she's happy to be a storage facility, warehouse. All right. Do I hear the humming?
Nope.
Making it difficult. All right. So, sorry, I'm just trying to think. That's a lot of fucking ammo. Are they prepping to go to war?
With the church?
Maybe. I want to get more information, but I can't directly influence it, which sucks for Tucker. Because, like, I'm cool to chill and listen to what they're saying until they start heading my way, and then I'll dip.
Based on what you're...
What's that, Mike?
Based on...
I said I think that was what the indication of load up the stuff was supposed to probably say.
Yeah, there's probably more stuff. Okay. All right.
You're running the risk if they're going to start loading stuff up or unloading stuff. You are in the storage area.
Do I get in a box? No, I don't think I get in a box. That'd be really hard to explain.
Yeah, especially to, me who's sitting outside like, where is
Yeah, where did he go?
Gone for about an hour. This is troubling.
Yeah. No, I think I leave, right?
All right. You do what you gotta, my friend.
But like there's so much more I could overhear. Is there a way is there another room that doesn't have anything in it?
Not that you've seen in your sneaking.
Not that I've seen in my sneaking.
She did say she lives back here, so there might be something else.
But I'd have to go through the room of people to get there.
As far as you can tell so far, yes.
The tablecloth on the table, was that to the floor?
Yeah.
If knowing that there are voices here, knowing, like, to listen a little bit better, would I be able to still hear the conversation from under the table?
If you're going to shut the door again, probably not.
I would not shut the door.
Then possibly.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay. Give me stealth and give me notice.
Stealth and notice. I'll do stealth first, which I believe it's the same roll. Nope, stealth is better. It's a 5,
Okay, now give me that notice.
and that's an explode. That is a 5.
How wide are you leaving the door?
I was planning on all the way
Okay.
because
Um,
I came from that way, true, but they haven't.
you hear the low droning of conversation. You can kind of pick out who's speaking, but you can't quite make out what. Somebody's giving orders. That's probably 10 point.
Mm-hmm.
Two people are giving each other shit. That's probably squat and stretch.
Uh-huh.
Like you can kind of follow the cadence of the conversation, but it's hard to pick out what's really happening.
Okay.
And then gunshots.
And then Okay. Okay. I don't move from the table. Do I hear yelling? Do I hear get the guns? Blah, 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 blah. Or is it like, you fucking clumsy oaf, stop dropping bullets?
I suppose somewhere between. You hear a loud thump. Oh shit! Not again! 10 point! Oh god! We gotta get him out of here.
Do I hear the gunshots outside?
Yes, you would also hear the gunshots.
I think 10 Point just accidentally shot himself.
At which point you hear a couple of car doors slam. You see the lights go off, and both of you can hear a car peel out.
Okay.
Do they peel out in the direction that I'm here?
No,
Okay, so the other way.
you did not see a car show up. You're only hearing this now.
Yeah. I think they dropped a gun and it went off again. I think that's what that meant. Doesn't seem like they were hit because the church probably wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do a drive-by. They do a full-on assault. Yeah. Okay.
So hearing the gunshots in the car peel. Hand on gun at my side. Ready to show badge if needed. Gonna walk over to the door. Kind of like jog to the door.
Mhm.
Like open it slowly.
You got that dark lobby.
What's your character's name again?
Mo.
Kenny. Mo, are you all right?
Can I hear him from where I am?
Shut the door to the lobby.
See,
Yeah, I'm at the lobby.
Yeah, but did I shut the door to the lobby?
Oh, I have no idea.
I feel like I would have. The only reason I didn't close the door to wherever is because I needed the door to be open to hear.
Then no response.
No response. Yeah, sorry, Mike. We're playing separately together right now.
That's fine. I'm gonna slowly inch forward, growing a little bit more worried. Check the other door. I assume it's unlocked.
Yeah.
Gonna open it slowly, assuming the absolute worst. There's someone in there ready to gun me or anyone that walks in down. As the door opens, I'm gonna listen. Do I hear anything?
No. No sounds.
Mo, are you here?
Can I hear him?
Yes.
I'm gonna pick up the tablecloth and put it over my head so I'm sticking out from under the table a little bit. Look around and just thumbs up. We're good. I think somebody dropped the gun and got hurt. That's fine. I do not think it was an attack, but now the lady's probably awake if she wasn't already.
Get over here under my command right now.
I don't think I want to do that. Can I hear any footsteps?
Get outside.
Yes, you do hear movement above you.
Oh, maybe you can distract her.
What are you gonna do?
Snoop. What do you think I'm gonna
What-
do?
What else do you want?
Me?
Yeah, what are you trying to find?
Anything helpful? I guess. All right. Yeah. Well, I want to know what that humming was. I want to know if she has a radio.
You haven't seen one,
But I
and they're
also
definitely
haven't gone forward.
Get outside. I got this.
make a. I'll give you a smarts roll.
I will take a smarts roll. It's a 6.
You were probably hearing an engine revving.
Okay. Yeah. Nope. Yep. That's good enough for me then. I don't get under Mike's command. I leave.
I'll walk under his arm and then out the front door.
Yes. Yep.
Do you close any doors on your way out?
Let's close the door I left open to hear the conversation and then leave.
Okay. Mo just walks past you. You just going after him? Mike?
I'm trying to think. How far are the footsteps?
You have no idea where you hear them getting softer.
So they're getting further away.
Rather, you've heard them getting softer.
Or they're getting lighter. She's getting bigger shoes. It's her.
What would be the best option?
What would you want by staying?
The ability to actually go through the house to see if the intruder is still here.
The intruder being...
Whoever shot off the gun.
Because we haven't had that. No, I did tell him I think somebody dropped the gun and got hurt.
That's fine. She doesn't have to know that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I was about to say we hadn't shared anything, but we did.
Well, you're confident who got hurt, Kenny.
Oh yeah, 10-point buck definitely got shot, but I'm pretty sure it was an accident.
What are we doing?
I'm gonna stay.
All right. Does that make Mo stay?
No,
I'm expecting Mo to be down the street, gone.
I'm outside. I'm close
And/or
by,
hiding.
but I'm not inside the house.
Okay. So, what are you waiting for?
Well, I'm gonna pull out, my badge. Now that I know that there's no actual danger, I'm not gonna have like guns out, but it's gonna be like unlatched, ready to grab, to show that, as if I'm still looking around.
Okay.
And I'm basically gonna I'm just gonna open the other door that he just closed. And just calling softly, would we know her name?
She probably would have
Nope.
given us her stage name or something. I am Madame Zeroni.
Once again, you have not asked a person's name.
Why are we so bad at this?
That's what I know.
I'm still curious what Mike's hoping to gain from this. This just seems like a bad idea to me, but
So was my idea. All
maybe
ideas
he's
are
got
bad
something in
until they
mind
do
I'm not
something
thinking
good.
about. What's the plan, Mike?
I didn't hear anything, but Seth, or not Seth, Mo, I'm assuming told me what he felt, but while we were getting, our disguises.
You heard a gunshot and a couple of gunshots and
No,
a
no,
car
no, no, no,
peeling out.
no. I'm talking about like what he felt and saw in his.
Oh yeah, the piece of information about my fortune that I gave him earlier.
I'm assuming he told me what I heard.
That's up to him. Did you share?
What I thought my fortune meant to me.
Anything about your experience?
Oh yeah. Absolutely.
All right.
So, not having heard the sound, I won't know that it sounded like a car peeling away or engine revving. I want to check out the place now under the guise of I'm searching for the culprit who was shooting the place to see if anything strange stands out. Because one, I don't know about the cases of bullets.
Okay. So what are you doing?
I'm gonna call out, is anyone home? I heard shooting.
In what room?
Just calling into the next room.
Into the storage room.
Yes. Which, now that I'm looking into it, I realize it's a storage. So I don't know what it was beforehand.
You hear nothing in response.
And the footsteps aren't coming near at all?
You've lost track of them. They've either stopped or disappeared.
What do the cops do in this case? Cops hear gunshots. They go in, right?
They now have probable cause, yes.
Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna turn on the lights. I'm assuming there's a switch or a pull string somewhere.
Not on your end, no.
I'm gonna walk slowly looking for a door.
Roll spirit for me.
Okay. 8.
All right, you creep through the storage room and you come across the door.
I'm gonna check to see if it's locked.
It's not.
Gonna open it.
Somehow you manage to get turned around as you see the front steps.
What?
What?
You're peeking out the front of the house.
Like the way that I walked in?
Yep.
From the storage room?
Yes.
It's a trick house.
If I look back, is it still the storeroom?
Yep.
Is there a doorbell?
No. The front of the building is a business. There's no doorbell.
Well, this is impossible. He's thinking to himself. This doesn't make sense. There has to be a second door that I'm missing. That he didn't see from the outside, he's thinking. There's no way that the storeroom managed to get to the outside. Looking the way I came, can I see the door that leads to the other room?
Nope, you've rounded a couple of corners. They've created a labyrinth of crates.
I'm trying to think of what I could do here.
I'm worried you're lost forever now.
I'm staring outside the door.
Yeah,
I'm
but
staring at the street.
what if it's a different outside than you came in from?
Like in Codename Kids Next Door, how pools took you to the reverse world.
Well, I don't remember that part.
Yeah, with the DNK.
Oh, yeah. The Donkey Kong.
All right, so to prove to myself,
Delightfully nefarious kids.
Ah.
to prove to myself that what I'm thinking and that this is a separate, just completely missed. I'm gonna take the cigarette or a cigarette out of my pack and lay it on the steps,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go back in and see if I can't find the door that I got into the storeroom.
So you're gonna try to backtrack.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then go back out to the main entrance.
All right. You step out of the storage room and into the parlor. I guess is what I'm gonna refer to the witchy room as.
Go back to the main
You move from the parlor to the lobby, and then you open the door, and there's the cigarette.
I bend down to pick it up. It's
It
impossible.
exists.
It's impossible, I say as I'm like looking at it. No, there's definitely gotta be a gas leak or something.
Light your match and find out.
He's not suicidal. He's not gonna kill himself with an explosion.
It's just a thought.
An intrusive thought.
One more time, trying to get through the storage room, avoiding the door that I see that leads inside or whatever. If I walk past it, see if I can't find another door.
Roll notice.
Hey y'all, it is getting a little late.
Yeah, we're gonna be done in a minute.
Okay.
That's a 4.
Give me a spirit roll.
5.
Because this is gonna be it. As Mo and I'm blanking on Alex's character's name.
Cartwright.
As Mo and Cartwright make it back to Teddy's Quick Eats to kind of catch up. Back in the fortune teller's house, Ward finds himself opening a door and looking down the path he went into getting into this room.
Uh-oh.
What?
You open the door and look through it,
Uh-huh.
and it's the same entryway that you walked into in the room you are currently in.
So I'm looking in the same room.
Around a bunch of corners, but yeah.
Well, there's definitely minuses occurring because he passes.
And that's where we're gonna close.
Huh. All right. Definitely feeling like we're getting to some supernatural stuff.
I'm calling it. There's cartoon out killing people.
I mean, maybe.
The ink is alive.
Or not ink.
Yeah, but it's what's been being brought to the studio.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting. But
Which would explain a 3-foot tall, super strong person.
we don't know that he's super strong, though. We just know that he got somebody by surprise.
And he's more dexterous than a big fat guy.
I mean, we know that they dragged the person up the roof and threw him over the roof.
I don't
And
know.
up a bunch of stairs.
I don't know if we know that either.
You saw the footsteps.
Did the drag... Yeah, but that implies the drag marks went down outside of the... They went down the stairs, not up. I guess, what direction were the footprints going with the drag marks?
Good night, Alex.
Good night, Alex.
No, Alex.
I'll catch y'all later.
Either you two are interpreting information correctly, or I'm doing a very poor job interpreting information differently, or I'm doing a very poor job explaining myself.
I was assuming that the footprints were leading away from the roof.
Why would they be dragging someone away, though? When the guy got thrown over the roof.
Why would you drag someone upstairs either? Why would it not be easier to, like, hey, let's go talk? No, somewhere private, and then throw a guy off a roof.
I don't know who you are. Get out of my...
Implying they knew who they were. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, everything so far makes it seem like whoever the 3-foot killer is knows the people he's killed.
No, I'll still argue. Why would you still drag a body down the stairs?
We don't know if he was dragging a body. The dude could have had a suitcase that he was dragging. There were drag marks, we don't have an indication of what was being dragged.
Would we have noticed would we have noticed the direction, Tucker?
The direction of the drag marks?
Yeah.
No, it's hard to given.
With the race that he had?
Yeah, he found them. Good on him.
We wouldn't be able, because we found the footprints associated with the drag marks. Would that not show us a direction?
You know what direction the feet were facing?
What direction were the feet facing? Towards the roof or away from it?
Away from the roof.
Then I would assume he was dragging something away from the roof. Maybe there was a dead drop that they were meeting on the roof for. And the bigger guy was carrying it, and the shorter guy was dragging it. Could have been a suitcase.
A dead drop?
Yeah.
Well, I'm curious why Ward is now stuck.
I am
Not quite
too.
stuck. I'll track a backtrack and be fine.
I'm wondering if it's as simple as the lady woke up and has now got you stuck in a trick house.
Because that means that minus is a -5. So I rolled an 8 on the first time through there.
I don't know.
With a success on the natural die.
But we definitely got some interesting information. Not sure how it pertains. The fortune teller's in with the gangs. But I'm wondering if that has something to do with the fortune that she predicted for me.
Fortune teller's in on it somehow.
Yeah, but she sounds like she's just in on it for the lulz.
Yeah, but why would she trap a police officer in her house?
Because you had a gun?
After all cops have guns.
Yeah, but she doesn't necessarily know who set off the shots. Assuming that's what happens. We have no idea what's happening, so it's hard to speculate.
Yeah, we'll see if I'm lost to time and space.
I mean, I'm still right by the door, so hopefully I can help out somehow.
That's fine. We can go with that. I was operating under the assumption you just left.
Well, I'm outside, but I'm not, like, gone.
No, like I said, I was operating under the assumption that you had walked away. That's fine. You can be outside, and we'll address that.
Okay.
Because you would have probably seen me reach down, put out a cigarette, walk away from the door, and like a minute later walk back out the door, pick up the cigarette.
Yeah, confused as to
surprised.
what the hell you're doing, but it didn't seem like you needed help. You were just putting stuff down.
And then picking it right back up.
I'd put things down, I'd pick them up. But yeah, definitely some stuff. Tucker, how did the session go from your point of view?
Fine.
Fine? Okay, not spectacular?
I don't want to say any more than that because I'm trying to keep things tighter to my chest than usual.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
I'm very good at giving shit away, and I'm trying to keep a mystique as best I can.
We're definitely missing stuff, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like some pretty glaring stuff too. I'll wager, I guess.
It all depends on where you go and who you interact with.
Well, we can never go to the Rangers unless we want to do it by night, because by the time we meet up, it's gonna be too late.
Not unless that's the plan for the day. You just go to the ranger station.
Yeah, you just go to the ranger station in the morning of the next day.
But my character has work.
With all the dirty cops.
Still gotta keep up appearances.
Hey, I gotta follow up on a lead.
What lead?
I don't know.
There's no mission.
There's always cases.
Are there?
These
These five murder cases got kind of put away and go, there's nothing going on.
But yeah, all right.
Like the only option is me calling out sick, quote unquote, and then fearing that they might see me the whole day and go, "You're not sick. What are you doing?"
I don't know. I think there's a viable excuse that you could have for working not out of the office.
Yeah, just call in with some bullshit. Hey, I'm covering up a case. I'll be in later.
Yeah.
I'm tying up some loose ends.
Yeah, super vague about it.
That's fair. I could do that for the next day, depending on what the story tells us happened that night. If anything happens that night.
I don't know how we're going to start next session. I have half an idea. I just left myself a note so I will remember.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm assuming it's finishing with me, and then it's 10 p.m.
Okay, that was supposed to happen now, but you committed.
You put me in an endless loop. You could easily have had me walk out the front door again.
You had the front door like twice, maybe even 3 times, and continued to stay in the house.
Once. I found it once.
You went in and saw and saw that the lobby was empty. You then went in further and talked to Mo, who left. You went in deeper and was confused about how you got to the front of the house. You then went back, found the front of the house the 3rd time, picked up your cigarette, and went back in.
To be fair, I was double checking that the front of the house that I was on was the same one. Hey, you gave me the flaw, Tucker. The flaw that supernatural doesn't exist.
Because it doesn't.
So why would I believe that was the same front of the house?
Yeah, we'll handle it in the morning.
I'm playing out my hindrances that way that I see them happening.
And that's fair. We're clearly viewing it differently.
How would you think if you walked into a house, walked through a supply closet, not once entering back into the lobby, and you open the door and you're back on the front steps?
I got 3 words for you. Nope, fuck this.
Yeah, but can you be sure that what you're leaving into is where you started? Or are you entering the space that you just found?
Well, apparently, again, I thought that that Mo had left. If Mo's standing there, a quick check with Mo. Cool. Fuck that. We're done. But again, I know what's happening.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming she trapped me.
I mean, are we still streaming, Kenny?
Yes, I can stop that now.
No, you don't have to. Do you want to finish it out?
Sure, yeah.
If
'Cause we
it's
don't-
only a few minutes, then sure.
I don't think it's gonna take too long. No. So what do you do?
Yo, is everything okay in there? Whispering, I guess.
To where?
Huh?
Where are you whispering?
Through the door where I can see you?
That
No.
you poked your head out of at least once.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
No, now I'm
Po-
confused. You said I'm looking into the storage room through my door.
Okay, so to clarify, in my head, Mo has gone up to the lobby, the front door of the lobby, poked his head in, going, "Hey, you good?" Because the last thing he saw was you poking your head out and picking up the cigarette you just dropped. Kenny, are you and I on that same page?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
No, I figure he walked up to the front door.
Yeah, and he's just kind of leaning in and asking the room if you're okay.
I don't know. Can I hear him from the weird
Right.
position that I'm in, where I'm in a loop looking into myself?
Nope.
Can I
Then I
see
can't.
him though?
No.
Then I can't answer him.
Correct.
Okay, I go back outside.
Okay.
Am I outside?
Yeah.
Then I guess I wait. I don't know. He's in the house. I just saw him go in. I don't see him there. He's obviously doing something.
Well, to be fair, you're only in the lobby when you didn't.
Yeah, there. Hate stammering. There is another room you could peek back into the parlor.
I'll peek in the next room without actually going all the way through that room, into that room.
Does he see a weird, like, back of my head poking one way?
The weird portal physics where you can look into it and see the back of your own head.
And that's it? That's all he sees is the back?
No. Give me another spirit roll, Ward.
Okay.
Oh, I closed it. Hang on. Don't
That's a 5
roll
and a
it.
1. Oh, okay.
I closed out roll 20. I gotta go back in.
Ah.
I keep looking at the stream, going, yeah, this is it. This is the one thing I need. So you say you got a 5?
A 5 and a 1 on the wild.
All right. Yeah, you still see these crates around you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna backtrack. If that's even possible.
You double back. You find your way back into the parlor.
Is Kenny there? Do I see his head poking through?
No, you don't.
gonna walk into the.
I'm doing something and I hope it works out.
Is it that game? Is it the one where you have to go to like 2 adjacent rooms and then 1 room forward to be able to do it? Oh. I didn't see that.
Okay, you see it now?
Yeah, I do the thing that's expected.
Am
Am I
I'm gonna
supposed
drag-
to be seeing something?
I'm gonna drag you. No, you're not. I'm gonna drag you to the one-on-one real quick.
All right, let me go. Okay, sorry, that took way longer than it should have for me to see that.
I didn't want to say anything because I was hoping I could get your attention elsewhere. So, what do you think is happening?
He's fucking tweaking out. He's been dosed with something or something, smoke and mirrors and all that. He's already got the mindset of there's something going on here. So, like, I don't know, acid-filled delusion would probably tip him over the edge to be imagining exactly what he's seeing. And
So, how do you wanna try to handle this?
I mean, I want to drag him outside first, and then like give him CPR or something.
Roll strength.
Where is the thing? I lost where to... There it is. My strength is not terrible.
I think most everybody has basically not terrible stats.
Oh, that's a 5 on the wild die, 1 on the nat die.
All right. You managed to haul him outside. Are you just gonna do it right on her patio?
Yeah, yep, absolutely. I'm not wasting any more time than's absolutely necessary. I don't know what's going on. He seems to be seizing.
Not seizing, trembling.
Okay,
like
then...
fetal position, scared.
Oh, okay, then I give him a good slap.
Okay, that's more or less what I wanted to hear.
All right, heading back over. Okay, I'm here.
Mike,
Yeah, I heard you. Hold on.
Right.
I have to look at my number.
I just wanted to make it clear that it was to you.
5 on the wilds.
Yeah, there's a sharp pain that kind of starts at like the crest of your cheek and goes through the right side of your face before you see Mo just kind of standing over you.
Like he stabbed me?
Like he slapped you.
I blink, confused. What? Are
He
you really?
he appears to be more cohesive than he was a moment ago, Mo.
Hey, man, are you feeling okay?
I thought I was until you slapped me.
It's just the house. It's not that scary. It's okay, though. We're outside.
What are you talking about? I was in the house.
Yeah, you were in the house, in the fetal position on the floor. So I figured best thing is to get you some fresh air and, you know, a slap for good measure. I don't know what was going on, but you were not having fun in there.
Ward, if you're struggling, I'll let you roll smarts.
Yeah. It's based on my rolls. Those were not fails. It's an 11.
All right, you think back to the situation, trying to walk yourself back as your head slowly clears. When you first walked in, she took Mo's hands, and he appeared to be like zapped.
Uh-huh.
But when you took her hands, what happened?
Nothing.
That's not true. There was something I know I said when you took her hands.
But they were clammy.
Yeah.
Okay. What is Mike missing?
She poisoned you.
You got drugged, dude.
You got fucking LSD handheld.
And it took multiple hours for it to activate?
Or a heightened state of your heart racing. You went in after gunshots. That tends to get the blood moving.
It's almost like you rolled pretty good and staved it off for a while.
Or what Tucker said.
Okay.
From Mo's perspective, you just kind of poke out and drop a cigarette, and then like a minute later, come back out and pick it up. Like, okay, okay. There's no sense motive. What would that be in this setting?
You're the one that knows the skills better than I do, Tucker.
I've already fucking forgotten them all. I feel like Streetwise.
For sense motive, yeah, I feel like that makes sense.
Because Streetwise is how you like interact with people.
Yeah.
It's how you gather like information on over time as a city as a thing. Let me see if I can't find the book real quick. No, but I've been playing a different game for a while, and I'm. Oh no, I have the book. I have it in a folder. I don't have to go find it. It exists. Give me one moment. I can find this as quickly as I can. Core rules. Just double click it again, make sure it's actually opening. Skills, 38. Okay. Okay, that didn't work, so let's do this real quick.
Did Kenny fail his spirit roll?
Man, Adobe did not like me clicking.
No, as far as I'm aware.
Why would you lie to me? The table of contents, that's not how this works. This is page 13, not 38. You can go ahead and fuck right off.
I don't see any rolls that really failed, so I have no idea why you got electrocuted.
I think that's
Shooting, persuasion, notice,
I think that's just the thing she
investigation,
did.
divination, healing, knowledge, gambling, fighting, driving. I'm going Streetwise.
Okay, that's fine.
It seems the most logical out of all of the options, at least to me.
Makes sense.
Is that what those numbers are right there?
Am I to be rolling?
That's a nice.
No, he's got to figure it out pretty quick. Looking back, it seems like she clocked you pretty quick.
Who, me?
No, the fortune teller clocked the police officer fairly quickly.
Ah.
He went in there with low expectations and no hopes, and her plan was to give him quite the experience.
Yeah, but how would she know that I was going to come back in?
She didn't. She said open your mind to the possibilities, essentially, and then
She drugged you and sent you on your way. She had no idea you were going back into her house.
Fair.
Quite frankly, by making you leave, I'd be content going, he's gonna have a fun night somewhere else. It just so happens you went, nah, I'm going back in.
Alright, fair enough. I'm assuming I have a pounding headache, though.
Not yet.
but you
Not
will.
yet.
Make no mistake. Whether it's from the drugs or me slapping you, one of them's gonna cause it.
But it's a good thing that I'm just gonna dictate you're going to Teddy's Quick Eats so you can get a cup of coffee, something to eat, and hopefully flush your system.
That's fine.
So we're gonna start at the kind of middling ground between chapters 2 and 3 next time.
Okay.
I wanted this to be the end of chapter 2, this conversation at Teddy's Quick Eats.
Okay.
But things have been going longer than I expected.
Because we're really bad at mysteries.
It's not that you're really bad at it. It's that I'm intentionally trying to be vague as long as I can. am waiting for you guys to say specific things. Either say them or not say them.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm doing my absolute best to hold everything tight to my chest. I know that quite frequently I just kind of, not railroad, but I lay everything out very clearly.
I do think it's wild that this fortune teller's like, you know what? I'm gonna drug the cop.
Do you?
Do I think it's wild?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can go to jail for drugging a police officer.
Okay, but who's she in league with?
I mean, yeah, but still. Like, what? That's still a risky play.
Even
I
if
have
that
my reason to be out of work tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, boss, I was drugged at the fortune teller's last night. Oh, yeah, she does that.
Can't come in.
Oh my god, that's awesome. Yep, no, that tracks.
A buddy of mine wanted to go get their fortune read, and of course,
Amazing.
I knew it was all smoke and mirrors. That's all you hear me saying as we're walking to
Yeah,
Teddy's.
you're just repeating it. I knew it was smoke and mirrors. I knew it was smoke and mirrors. I knew it wasn't real. I'm just, you okay, guy? It seems to have caused another hindrance on you.
I've always had this hindrance.
but I hope you had fun. I know sometimes it gets a little frustrating. Like I said, I'm trying to be vague, and I hope it's not getting too much in the way.
It's not getting in the way. I feel like I can't tell if we're even close to the right track. Like, I have my own suspicions that I'm very confident in, but I have no idea if that's actually the direction we need to be going, or I'm just pulling this out my ass.
I don't know, until proven otherwise. Currently, he is thinking a cartoon did it. Once he gets told that there is a living ink.
Is a real doodle bob on the loose.
Well, you haven't spoken to the studio heads.
No.
Right, that's what we're doing in the morning.
Yeah.
Especially now that I'm, out of commission for a day.
There are still a number of things you haven't done. You found a lot of the little things. You found a good number of secrets.
Okay. But not enough to form a whole picture? You're not going to say that.
Yeah, in theory, it all depends on the picture you're trying to put together.
I'm like, Mo is absolutely convinced that what he's put together is exactly what's happening. Kenny is like 80% sure that I'm on the right track in missing the very important 20 other percent. Like, I feel like the pieces I have make sense. They're just not fitting together as nicely as they should.
We gotta go to the club at some point. We gotta go to the library, the new office, flea market.
There's
To be fair, you don't have to go everywhere.
Yeah, there's a few places that we definitely need to go.
But by you saying that, it means that there are certain places that we do have to.
Yeah,
meaning
and
all of them are have to.
the Rangers hold is definitely up on that list. There's a whole side arc happening here of the cures, and they've got a cure for that. Like, there's a lot of shit happening over there that we haven't even touched yet. And
quite frankly, I'm a little surprised nobody's dug deeper into the Stone of No Return.
I mean, yeah.
The one time we ran into it was like night. I'm not gonna go up to it at night.
Yeah, why is it called the Stone of No Return, though? You don't come back from that?
Well, that's what the Rangers are gonna get asked.
It's got an ominous as shit name, like.
And we've gone to it at least twice and went, no, that's fine. That's on the level.
Was it twice? I thought it was only once.
It's come up once or twice, but I know you've been there at least once.
Yes, the
Alright.
first day that me and Chris went there. And then we both were like, it's getting dark. We're not walking first.
To be fair, I feel like Chris could come back into this campaign and not really have missed a whole lot.
he'd definitely be behind, but he could probably catch up if he paid attention.
And just made sure he knew everything that we knew.
Because to be fair, he left about halfway through chapter 1, and you just finished chapter 2.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
And it's only like 4 videos he needs to watch by.
You said
Yeah.
this was gonna be a 6-session campaign.
Well,
And
to
then
be
you guys
fair,
keep-
it's
you guys
only
keep-
part 4.
You keep digging. Like, you keep getting real hard into some of this stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We're gonna keep going with this.
Can I offer one potentially helpful thing, Tucker? If there's nothing else to be gotten, you can tell us that. Cuz we will stand here and talk to a janitor for 3 real-world hours asking nothing of him, trying to formulate what he could know. If the answer's nothing, you can tell us no. That's it. He's going back to work now.
We're gonna go a little more than 6, but I promise you very quickly, things are going to start to change.
Yeah. I still think we need to accuse somebody at the meeting.
I
Or
don't think we do.
even if it's not
We
directly
just-
accusing a
we just
person,
put off the vote
it
and make them hold the vote.
but like at the same time the result of the vote is also telling. So I want to disrupt it, not turn it off. If that
No,
makes
but, like,
sense.
I more so meant like, hey, give us a few days before you do the vote.
Or get the answer of how the vote turns out without them acting on it for a few days.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah,
just
yeah,
announcing that there is in fact a conspiracy in the Danker Animation Studios executives could potentially do something. I really wish I knew what Tucker's thoughts are on my fucking hellbent. We need to publicly accuse somebody.
I mean, if we still had the photojournalist,
It's
he could publish something in the morning paper.
Yeah. You were saying, Tucker?
what part of it is if that's something you want to do, you're gonna have to do it and double down.
Yeah.
That's not something you start and then leave alone. So if that's the path you want to walk, that's fine. We can do that.
And then if we're wrong, then we're really bad.
I-
And no one's gonna believe anything we say.
Yeah, we
I-
also don't want to cry wolf. You're absolutely right.
I tried to leave the exploration of this town as free as possible. Weirdly enough, by giving everybody such like middling stats, you are more than likely to pass most things.
Yeah. Yeah.
The big difference between the 1.5 times I've run this elsewise is the first time in testing, I had one person playing 3 characters
Okay.
just to see if everything made sense and they could follow the logic.
Okay.
And they did. And in theory, all the reveals were good. And the
Mhm.
second time I did it with my high school kids, and a lot of them don't like to role play.
Okay.
Like, for example, not involving them, my Wednesday game. I love these guys, they're great. Me simply speaking out loud in a character voice is enough for them to say I'm the best role player at the table.
Oh. Rough.
All I'm doing is this. I'm just doing the vague New York accent because I'm playing a goblin and I want to be a sketchy little fuck. But like that's it. That's all I'm doing. It's very much like a video game. Like we're the main character. We don't have a personality.
Yeah.
We're just kind of pushing. And they're like, yeah, you're the best one here. I'm like, yeah, because like I actually want to go role play. Like, it's not that this isn't fun, but like, this is a very different style of game. Whereas you guys dive headfirst into it.
Yeah.
As we just saw, Mike wants to commit as hard as possible.
And I'm over here like, what the fuck is he doing? Oh, he's seasoned. All right, better get him some air. Oh, if this was D&D, it'd be like, quick, I need a medicine check. But no, it's fucking 1940s New York. I slap him.
Give him some whiskey.
Give me a shot of whiskey and a good slap. I'll put him right.
If this was D&D, it would have been a will save, and I've been like, oh, bad. Gonna play this out, but I know something bad just happened. Or no, it'll be a con save.
And I will admit, I changed the way the rules kind of worked, because going into a couple of these experiences, I'm like, no, I want it to go this way. So I decided to alter how things worked, so things didn't necessarily look how you might have expected them to look.
That's fine.
Okay.
And it makes more sense why I failed, because the check would get harder as it entered and went through my system more.
Mm.
So a 4 wouldn't be an auto success anymore.
I would consider it more, I was interpreting success differently.
Okay.
Well, I assume success was not succumbing to it. And
The direct example I will talk about is Kenny, when you were getting the fortune.
Yeah.
Did you want to get a fortune?
Yes.
Yeah. So passing that spirit check should, in theory, have made you resist everything.
Meaning.
So before you spent the Benny, you would have gotten a vision. By spending the Benny, you should have been immune to the shit.
Wait, so rolling good was bad?
Rolling poor, kind of. The way I was treating it in that specific instance was rolling well gets you the result you want.
Oh, so I can't use. Okay.
From my side, you were pretty clear you wanted a vision. So when you rolled and failed, you weren't going to get one. But then you decided to spend a Benny, and you got a 9, you got your vision.
Oh, I thought you just said the opposite of that. If I rolled the 1, I would have gotten a vision because I failed to fortify myself against the incoming spirit vibes.
That is what the rules as written say.
Okay, but you flipped it, and by rolling well, I got the thing I wanted.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
I realized going into today that, like I said, you are more than likely to pass a number of things.
Yeah.
So I figured to make it a little more interesting, I was going to flip up some of the rolls. And you're like, yeah, we're both going to go on to the mystic bullshit. And I'm like, okay, cool. I'll make it so no one really truly knows what's going on. We're just going to roll with it.
Okay. Nope, that works for me. Because without knowing that's how it works, I would have used that Benny regardless. Even if the actual target number was low, if I didn't know that and you didn't stop me, I would have used the Benny anyway. So, okay.
I know. Like I said, that's what, for a number of these rolls, I changed it to effectively a success is the result that you want, not necessarily passing the thing.
Okay. But I'm having a lot of fun with this. I think our last few sessions have really been amping up with like the information and basically the wall of string in pictures we have is getting even more string filled, which feels really good.
I'm glad. I said this. I've said it a couple of times. This is something that's definitely not in my comfort zone. I'm trying to stay not necessarily quiet, but reserved. I prefer to be upfront, like, nope, here's what we're doing.
And I think it's working. I think you're doing a phenomenal job, so no worries. I'm
gonna keep worrying about it.
I just hope that we are performing as expected, because I feel like I'm doing better, but also not.
The only thing, based on the 2 times I had tried this before, was I figured, knowing it was supposed to be a 6-session game, you would be super casual about it.
Mm-hmm.
That was not the case.
Okay.
Since when have we been super casual about anything?
If you plan for something, the opposite will happen.
I figured since we were just trying to do something to get through a short period of time, we were just going to be like, okay, cool. We're just going to kind of roll with the punches here.
No, which immediately invested.
Yeah. Which is fine. The only thing you've done is had more interactions with characters. The only downside is that draws out the chapters.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Nothing has gone necessarily better or worse. We've just
Okay.
had to take a bit extra time to have these interactions.
all right, good.
So in the end, if I had to predict, we're probably going to run closer to 8 sessions than 6.
Okay. Sounds good.
We're up
I'm
to
hope-
5 already.
Was that 5? No, this one was 4, wasn't it?
Yeah, part 4 of chapter 2.
No. Part 4 of 4.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
okay.
we've
that-
done 4 sessions.
Yeah, that's the total for the mystery.
So you think each chapter now is going to be one session?
I think 3 will probably be 1. 4 will probably take longer. And 5 and 6 will probably be 1.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like the next day there's very little roleplay we get to do, and then we're going to be sitting in for that meeting for a long session of it. So I don't know about you guys. I'm going to be there for the meeting.
I know what happens on I believe it's Thursday morning, Friday morning. I know what happens then, so I know what's gonna go on.
Okay. But that being said, it is almost midnight, so
Yep.
I am peacing out. Thank you all.
Thank you for confirming you have fun. I always get paranoid.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm definitely enjoying this. So
Have a good one. I'll talk to you guys soon. Also, yeah, and end your stream. Do your
Yep.
thing.
all right, peace out.